Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Welcome to Charlie's Angel stream. I got Oscar here. Now, today I felt like I was way prepared, way ready. I've been sitting here for like 15 minutes waiting for stream to start. Thinking I've got my lights on, I got my camera going, I've got my microphone on, everything's good. And then as the clock turns 10 o'clock, I realize, oh no, I forgot to put chat on screen, the chat overlay. And now I realize that YouTube's changed something again and my formatting is no longer valid. So I'll have to figure that out. So they probably have a patch to the little script I use, but I wasn't missing cats. I missed that. And now I see that it's not slightly transparent. It doesn't have the formatting that I put on it. Whatever. Last time it was something changed. I think there was an updated script or something, but there's a whole Discord around that and whatever other little mods that person does. So we'll get it going. Anyway, we do have both cats around. We've got Felix down there in the bed, but I thought the Oscar shot was a little more entertaining. Hey, Queasy Diver. Hey, the GPs. Tuxedo and PF Dennis and John. Hey, Bob. Hey, Derek and Thomas and Lord Getface. What else do we have? Dave Richmond and John and Maker Us. How is everyone? Hey, the Ranch Kid. Steve. Let's see. The micron is essentially done. Awesome. Oh, there goes. Okay, so we can switch that. Oh, there they are. Now we get them both. Hey, James. Yeah, we'll be revisiting micron at some point. I don't know if it'll be, I don't know when it'll be. I've got things stacked up, but let me switch over screens here. Today, we are building this guy. So, hey, Ballant and Orion and Mike. Good to see the Phoenix charity raffle. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I was very nervous leading up to that because E3D or SMF reached out and said, hey, you stream, how do you suggest we run this? I'm like, and let me look at different options and get back to you. And a few different options ran through my mind, and most of them were potentially finicky. So I said, either follow these directions for a Zoom to YouTube, direct to YouTube, or go to StreamYard and just set up an account and do that. And that's what they did. They did StreamYard and it went off without a hitch. I was so happy. I was so relieved. So, hey, Mike 4D. Hey, Boom. Doom. Why did I say Boom? Hey, Doom. Hey, Art Chapman. Hey, Laura. Sean around too. Let's see if we can get, there we go. A little bit of both cats. And my toes right there. There we are. He's driving. Fun. So we are going to be following the directions and hoping that I printed everything, because last night I realized that I had missed several plates because I'd gone through and thought I was doing pretty well. And I was going through the first steps that I thought we'd get to today. And I missed four 4-hour prints. No, three 4-hour prints. Fortunately, I got all those running simultaneously and they were done when I woke up this morning. So we should be good to go. There is a very nice build guide here, and this is what we'll be following. If anybody has watched one of these 3DSets build streams, they go pretty well. We usually find a couple of gaps in the instructions, things that could be a little clearer, but we will be going. Before we do that, the other things that are going on is my squirrel brain decided that I needed to start printing the sandy boat parts. So this is for This is actually for this guy. And I've talked about this for a long time. I bought these files when it first came out. And it's just fun. It looks like a neat little build. It's very easy, not a whole lot to it. But I decided to go with this yellow, electric lemonade yellow from Proto-Pasta. And it's an awesome color. Phoenix is going to a good home. I was so glad to hear that too, Doom. That someone, the person who won it, is willing to accept it. We figured there was a certain chance that someone would win it who couldn't accept it and they'd either donate it back or something. But, yeah. Nice to have so many printers. It is nice sometimes. I've been printing these on pretty much exclusively on the Prusas. So the 2 Mark IVs and the Prusa Mini. So that's the 3 printers I had going last night to make sure I had everything going for today. So, hey Bill, welcome. Hey Kilroy. Electric Lemonade, love it. Sounds like the name of the 1960s rock group, yeah. So, this print actually has to be redone though. I'm very disappointed. I think it's too cold in my garage. It lifted in the corners here. Yep, you can see that highlight line there? That's where it starts lifting. And unfortunately, that gap there is just more than I'm willing to accept. It ends up being over a millimeter gap in the hull. Now, it's not gonna cause any leaks because of the way they designed this, but I'm gonna reprint this. So, the other thing I've gotten, because I want to redo the Sandy, so I've been printing parts and I found something. This artifact here, you see that? That right there. And I think I know what caused it. Proto-Pasta does make some beautiful colors. Yep, I just placed another order. I ordered another roll of the electric lemonade and I ordered some PET G because I want to try one of these cars with PET G instead of PLA. So this little artifact there, I reprinted with different settings, and I'm sure maybe somebody can guess what caused the problem here and not here. Large PLA always caused me warping issues. I had lots of issues with warping parts when I was printing the Sakura, the 240Z model. And I ended up using hairspray on the bed to get it to stick well enough. I didn't have any of the nanopolymer, Vision Miner nanopolymer at the time, or similar bed adhesion promoting. And it worked really well. So regular Aquanet hairspray that, I mean, I've had for probably 6 years, this one can. It worked really well. So far, the Vision Miner stuff has been working for keeping stuff stuck. I think the temperature in my garage was just too much. So I've actually, I had taken one of the panels off the Prusa enclosure there. I put it back on and I'm printing the PLA enclosed right now. Aquanet unscented. Yep, it has to be the purple can, unless I've changed it by now, but the purple can, Aquanet unscented. Now that's not available. It's called something else. There's a different suggestion outside of the US. You might not be, I don't think you can find Aquanet outside the US. Anyway, what caused this is a new feature in Prusa Slicer, or they integrated into Prusa Slicer, and that was scarf seams. Scarf seams caused that. The only change I made between these two prints is I drew the seam here and turned off scarf. So that is because scarf seams on contours, doesn't it kind of overlap, kind of fade them into each other? And I think the small layer height and the distance that it's merging that seam is what caused that right there. Because really, the only change between these two in the settings is I turned off scarf seams. Aquanet does work well for spud launchers. Yes, I had a phase where we made lots of spud launchers. So, I kind of figured that's what it was, so this is the first thing I tried, and it was. So, anyways, what else? I think that's it. Let's get into the build. Let's start building. So something to be aware of. If you see some weird artifact like that and you've turned on scarf seams, it might be worth investigating. Okay, let's go back to the build guide. So we have a 50 centimeter long vehicle here. So showing that kind of filament the scarf seam would show. Yeah. I mean, that is a texture change there too. That's a heck of a conclusion to jump to. Any thoughts on why that was the first thought? Because I had just been experimenting with that, Bob. I had turned on specifically for these prints. I'd turned on scarf seams. Didn't really see anything. It's all nice vertical walls, and just the way that looked. Just when I looked at this, it looked like something was overlapping each other. And it was right where I figured the seam would be too. So I thought that was that's just the first thing that I came to. I just got lucky. Guessed right on the first try. I don't know. This is a body on frame design, which is kind of neat. This is one of the things I forgot to print last night because there was a change and I was searching all over trying to figure out why in the world I didn't have a part. When the way that these models come is if you open up and we go to, there's spare parts, but let's say here's our Reaper folder. There are ready to print plates in G-code, and I usually go down here. Now there is some G-code for the Mark IV with input shaper, but not Mark IV's. So I've been reslicing all of these. Hey, Gerard. So you go into one of these plates, and let's go to something I've already printed, and you say, let's open up what I was missing is, I think frame 2. So if we, let's say no. So it comes with a bunch of parts in one collection. So I had printed from an earlier version, which this part here had been updated. So I thought I had everything good, but I realized I missed that one because they updated that one part. But this is how these come. And for certain parts, if they feel they need it, the 3MF file has some modifiers already built in. So if they think it needs a skirt, it'll be built into this plate. That also kind of, for the most part, helps pick colors, because in general a whole plate is one color. But one area that I think that 3DSets could improve on is a color guide. It can be a little difficult to figure out, although, I mean, it's up to personal choice what colors you do. But in general, what looks best, what suspension pieces would look good with a contrasting color, that kind of thing. So. Okay. So that is the major change that has gone on. So it is printed parts. And anything else, I think I've pretty much been printing. I've been printing parts since 1.0.4 is my first download. So the only change between that and this is that one brace. So the black plates from Fabrico need adhesive treatment only rarely. Yeah, I've had pretty good luck with, I've got the one on the Mercury one. Okay, so all this stuff, what do you need? All the parts you need. I'll probably zoom this in a little bit. And then go through this way. Fasteners you need, you get M2s through M3s. There's a little test print, and I'm printing this right now, actually. I don't want to go looking for any of them that I've already printed, but this helps with installing the little ball joints. So I've got one printing for that. So our first steps here is we're going to start building this frame. A lot of the parts have built-in supports. Now for this particular build, I've gone through and removed most of these and cleaned up the skirts. You've seen me do that before on all of these builds. I figured I could probably save half an hour to an hour of stream time by doing that pre-stream. And there might be a couple of them that I missed or things that I've printed later that I'll have to remove. So we'll get an opportunity to do that. But for the most part, I've tried to clean up these parts prior to streaming. So save a little bit of time. So here we go with our first setup. So let me grab the parts, and I've tried to organize aside from what I need or the whole build. We've got these, we've got all these things that I printed last night. We've got all of these. We've got all of these. There's a lot of printed parts to one of these kits. So I did a little bit of work last night trying to, and then all of these. Trying to split them out so I'm not digging through one box of parts. Hey, BLD. Set some of these aside. This I printed twice because I wasn't sure which color would be best. I think black is going to be best because I think the silver is going to just be too much contrast in the front. This is the radiator, one of the radiators in the front of the truck. More parts than used in building a printer. Yes, this is really, you can expect a solid week of printing. So we're gonna need these guys, all these bed pieces. This guy here, just an updated piece. Put these off to the side. Those, that, and that, I think. Oh, there's one more piece in here. That guy. Okay, right there. Model 1 was about 350 hours of prints. Yeah. So one of the cool things that I've noticed, so I've built 3 of these. This is the 4th 3DSets model that I've built, and it's kind of cool going through their evolution, their skills. 3DSets does a wonderful job of designing for 3D printing. One of the best out there. There are definitely areas though, when you look at their Wrangler crawler versus their newer stuff, and the details in the interiors, the details of the parts, they're getting more and more detailed, but also in the techniques they're using for 3D printability, they're evolving. And something I noticed immediately between this Reaper and even the Sakura that we built a year ago is they've incorporated using the cross bridge technique into their unsupported holes for a lot of them. Not all of them, but any of these M3s and stuff, they've started using a cross bridging technique that you've seen me do, and I picked up from looking at Prusa parts. Hey, Iconic Fab. So it's kind of interesting and neat to see that. That's one reason I've not wanted to build the earliest models now, because I've seen all the new stuff. I want to build a crawler, and I've been looking at them, and I actually bought one of the West 3DSets kits because I wanted to see in person what it came with, see how that goes, and build a model from it. So I bought their Landy kit, and I'm actually going to use it to build a Bamboo, because the Bamboo is their most recent crawler, and it does have a lot of the updated details and features and stuff. So I'm just finishing up the Model 6. Yeah, they go through, if we look here real quick, so this is their boat, but if you come through here, they call their stuff, here, let's just go through here. down back here, like model, all their crawlers are like model 15, model 16. So I have the files for the Max 4x4. This I own. We built this not long ago, a couple of months ago. Model 14 is the non 4x4 van, you know, that's, so model 10, actually I'll probably do a model 9 bamboo. But the model 6 is the Rancher, and that's what their Jeep inspired vehicle is. I have the files for the model 7. Obviously we built, the Sandy was the first of these that we built on stream. And that I want to redo. I don't like, I've learned, I've figured out a few things with the suspension. The suspension was terrible on here with the shocks that I bought, way too oversprung. So anyway, they have a lot of stuff out here. Bugster, Model 1 is their Rancher. And if you look at this, if you go through here, let me just show it real quick. If you look at, say, the interior here, the speakers here, this is all very simplistic, very simplified. And if you look, and then you look at the, just right here, let's just go straight to the, oh, let's see if there's a better, look at that. I mean, just looking between those two is, you see the evolution of their skills and ability, and what they're putting out has evolved significantly. Want to remind folks here, and it's not critical, it's not important. I know we have regular stream chat, but if you're on the Discord, there is a Charlie's Angels stream chat. So if you don't have the Charlie's Angels role in Discord, then that makes it a little difficult. Then go ahead and post in stream chat, whatever. But if you link Discord to YouTube, it will auto get your member role and give you access to the Charlie's Angels stream chat. Anyway, let's get to here. So we have parts, and I need to zoom because this is all. So we need some M3x8s, some M3 nuts, and yeah, M3x8s and M3 nuts. Hey, Kelvin. There you go, Bob. I see you there. 3 nuts. So I did not separate out, need 4. I did not separate out fasteners just for this, build. I've kind of integrated them into my other stuff. So what the model they teased is going to be. I agree, Doom. I am really surprised that we haven't heard more about that. So if anybody doesn't know, 3DSets posted a shadowed out picture on Twitter of a new model, the side profile of what is looks like an upcoming model, and it very much looks like 68, 69 Camaro to me. It could be some other muscle car of that era, but I'm very curious to see what it ends up being. Okay, let's lay this out. So these go in a certain way. All of these interlock. So I think here to there's something, there. Nope, not that one. Maybe it's that one. There we go. That goes there. These can be a little interesting to figure out, but I'm gonna go ahead and put a couple of fasteners in here. Hey, pop away. I really don't think it's gonna be a pony car. I really don't. I think there's too many curves. It's too rounded for that. I think it's either like a Challenger Barracuda, or like a 70, 71 of those, or a 68, 69 Camaro is my guess. The only reason I go maybe Challenger or Barracuda because the rear window profile is a little off for a Camaro. But, okay, and then, so that's like that, and then one of these goes whichever, there's a little lip there that I'm trying to match up, and I think that goes, what is it? Nope, not that piece, that piece. I think that goes right like that. Start making room for all these models. I have, yeah, they sit 99% of the time. It's all about the build for me. It's always been, for all of my life, RC cars have been one of my main fun projects. Way before 3D printing, I used to buy, it would just be buy a kit to build it. It'd take me an afternoon to build it, and then for a little while there, I was trying to do some 10th scale buggy racing. There was a local shop that had a track, and I went and did some practice, a lot of practicing, and one race day, but it wasn't really what I was after. I mean, really what I'm after is the build. It's all about the build. Okay, so that goes there, and then this one will go like this. Kind of a little bit of kind of orient things. When I get back into RC cars, what got me back into 3D printing? Yeah. My, I have still an original Tamiya Hotshot that I got from my dad for Christmas one year. And then my early, I had a RC10 T2 was a early kit that I built. And then later on, I've had the B4, the B2, B44, a lot of team associated stuff. Although I did buy the TLR 22 when it came out. Thanks for I was able to link to YouTube now. Have the cat. Awesome. Good job, John. Thank you. Want to do more RC? Did hobby RC over 20 years ago as a teenager? Yeah, exactly. So having the experience of building all those has definitely played into this build. So I am feeling quite a bit of residue from the nanopolymer. So I'm gonna wipe some of these off a little bit with some IPA on these build surfaces. It's a little sticky. If you've ever used glue stick or hairspray or any kind of treatment on a bed, you'll know what I'm talking about here. I'm feeling the stickiness. I am making it with the Downrider. So this is I did print all the parts for the Downrider pack, Maurice. And I know someone else asked that earlier. I saw it in chat, but forgot to answer it. Now, the Downrider pack, for anybody that doesn't know, is a feature on this model that that sets, if we go here, there's two versions of the Reaper. There's one with and without adjustable ride height. So if you see here, there's extra servos in here, front and back, to adjust your ride height on the fly. Now that'll require, I'm gonna do an extra 2 channels on my radio, and I'm gonna set those up for extra channels to independently control them. That's my plan. I found nanopolymer to have much less residue. These are nanopolymer, and I'm feeling it. So there's still a residue you can feel. So. Yes, glue stick for sure also comes off best with water. But this seems to have done the trick. This is not nearly as sticky as it just was. And I may be coming back to doing that a bit, but I will probably switch over to using a microfiber cloth because I'm just creating a bunch of paper towel debris. So I'll do that. Okay. And then there are some nuts to put in here. So 3 nuts. What are the frame parts printed in? I printed everything on this in PLA. There will be a couple of PETG, like lenses for the lights. I need to print in, I print in PETG because that's the clear filament I have. But everything else is PLA. Now I'm planning on printing some sorry, I'm getting distracted by the thing. Okay. So the buggies in PETG to try it out. I ordered some of the Empire Purple PETG. What is that? What was the name of that color? Bob will know. Bob will know off the top of his head. What's that purple PETG from Proto-Pasta? I ordered some of that. And I ordered some candy apple red. So we'll see how all that goes. That needs to go way in there. You're not going way in there. Okay. Other frame parts printed in. I said that. Fancy. Okay. Let me see. Why did that not go in? What is going on? Might have to clean it up. Hey, Dr. Kyle, welcome. Why are you not going in? Oh, there we go. Had to get it past a spot. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for you to log on so I could say that. There we go. And one more. A little inside joke. Go. Okay. Got all of those. Go to, we have a hood front brace. Goes on, and then the lower brace. We've got M3 by 14s. Why did I not notice that? Do I have M3 by 14s in black oxide? Yeah. If I don't, I'll just use stainless. I know I have them in stainless. What do we have here? Those are 20. Yeah, I don't think I have them in black oxide. I do have them in stainless. How many M3 by 14 should I have had? 22? Did I buy these somewhere and not sort them into my thing? Let me check. Where did I put the rest of my things for this build? 22. If I ordered them, That's the only odd size one. M3 by 14 is an odd size. You usually go 12 and then 16. Let me... Hey, don't knock it. Are you in the US? Try Bolt Depot for hardware, because you can buy small quantities and it's not ridiculous. So if you only need 8 of these M3 by 25s, but all you can find is 100 packs, you can find 8 of them for $1.20 or something, whatever it is, instead of paying $10 for a 100 pack. So anybody in the US, Bolt Depot is a great source for small quantity hardware. I am not going to spend a ton of time looking for these. I'm just going to use stainless, and if I feel like I need to, I'm gonna order some, or if I don't find them, I'm gonna order some 14 millimeters and swap them out. So which ones are 14s? That's these guys. I need 2 right now. I'm gonna need 22 total, so let me just grab out a few of these and put them in my hex tray. Bolt Depot's prices are not bad. Way more reasonable than, say, McMaster. But waiting and ordering from AliExpress or Amazon or whatever is probably even cheaper, but still, it's the flexibility that Bolt Depot gives you is pretty nice. Okay, so M3 by 10s. Go through 6, 8, 10. I think I want to do these side braces, this brace first. This guy goes in here, and does this go, how does this go on there? I think this goes like, whoa. It's got to go like that. Yeah. This guy goes in here. Is that right? Yeah. Northern Utah, there's a nut and bolt supply. You can walk in and get whatever. Yeah, I mean, the Ace hardware type stores here in the US have always been so great for, or used to be really great. You can still find a few of them that are around. They're still quite expensive for a bolt here or there, but if you need it, you need it, and they're a nice resource, but they're getting harder to find. They're getting pushed out by online sales and other big box stores, because hardware is not their main business. Okay, and it's where is that guy? This guy. It's right there with some of these M3 by 14. So if they're hidden like this, I'm not too worried about the color, but if it's not a hidden part, if it's visible from the outside, I kind of want it all black hardware. Yeah, at 30 cents per screw, you gotta really need it. Yep, exactly. Hey, Rod. Rod, my brain's mixing it up again. My brain's mixing it up again. He wants to walk into Bolt Depot and ask them if they realize how big they are in the 3D printing world. Yeah, no kidding. Thank you. Thank you, PF. And then there's a back piece, back brace. frame brace. You put all those nuts in. Yeah. I've had surprisingly good luck finding metric at Tractor Supply. Nice. Okay. This guy goes in with, there's that part, a smooth part, and it looks like smooth part forward. Interesting. What are those, 10s? Yeah, those are 10s. So we are doing, so for this build series, I'm going to do like we did with the 240Z. I don't want this to take 4 months to build this. So we will be doubling up the member streams. I did almost screw up again on the member streams. I went through YouTube Studio, and I know I was very, very careful. I know I selected both members only for chat and members only for publishing, and it's still published as public. Members only chat, but published as public. So I fixed that, and someone mentioned it in the Discord. But anyway, we will do another one of these in 2 weeks, probably, unless something comes up. But the expectation would be to do 2 in February, one in the middle of or at the beginning of February and one at the end, and then one more at the beginning of March. I will be missing 2 streams in March. I've got a big trip coming up, very big trip. So I'm only going to be gone for 9 days or whatever it is, but that spans 2 Sundays. So, okay, so we have the basic frame built here. Now we're going to, we have a choice here in the building. So we're a fixed height front axle or the Downrider pack, and we're going to be building the Downrider pack, so we need to switch over to a different guide. Now if we go through here, we get into the fixed axle, fixed height front axle. So we're going to skip over to the Downrider pack, but right now I'm going to scroll through and get past. Here we go. So this will be the next step, is where we'll get to here. So we're going to switch over to the build guide for the Downrider model and scroll through here. So Downrider pack includes a bunch of this stuff that you see here. Different exhaust, some different options for the engine, different lighting, and this adjustable ride height. There's a couple other things not pictured here, an interior change, stuff like that. So we're gonna just go through. Now, I don't know, they have all this, like things you need and fasteners. I don't know that these are, I think this is a duplicate. Just looking at the quantities, I think this is just, this might have extra things you need for the Downrider pack, but you'd probably want to just go off of this one if you're building the Downrider. I'm just gonna assume I have everything I need. That always works well, right? Got our calibration, and then here's our lift front axle. So talking about the way this stuff goes, I'll be using, instead of using a hammer, I'll be using my Knipex pliers for this. And this is there's a lot to absorb in this piece here. in this picture, there is a lot to do here. So let's hopefully just kind of start here and figure out. There's those M3x14s. Yeah, I'm gonna want to order some. It is a complicated page. They they shove a lot of info onto this one page. So let's just take that, and all these things that I have printed off to the side are what we'll be using, and figure it out. So frame front right. So that's frame front right. This is right. This is the top piece. And then frame front right is going to be in this box of stuff. So this is left. There's a left. Here we go. There's a front right. And they do, in many areas, I don't know how completely, how consistent they are, but there are a lot of areas where it is marked on the part, which is nice. Black parts are hard to see on an OLED monitor. Use a cheap LED. Yeah, I can see that. Re-downloading SolidWorks. Why the heck does Dassault have to use frustrating cloud-connected stuff? Well, I mean, Fusion does that too. That's front left. So this is frame front right. That is frame rear right. So here, we're gonna need this. That's a left part. That's a left part. This is not a piece we're gonna be using. This is the fixed height. I printed rear left. This is another piece we're not gonna be using, so I'm gonna set it off to the side. Looks like a great picture of the kitties for the spin wheel. Oh, that's true. That is pretty yin yang there, huh? Fusion, just log in with the apps, would open a browser and download Big Brotherware. Yeah, I've taken the stance on Fusion versus SolidWorks is both of them are going to make changes. They're going to tick people off. So I have not bounced between them and bothered trying to learn SolidWorks. I figure if I switch to SolidWorks, they're going to do something that's annoying. If I stick with Fusion, they're going to do something that's annoying. Okay, and then this is the right top piece. And then we've got, that is not a piece we need. We have these two, and then the left top piece. Okay, so, and then switch to FreeCAD. I wouldn't mind. The only thing keeping me from switching to FreeCAD is the extra things. Now, I don't know, does FreeCAD do cam? And does it do it well? The advantage of Fusion is the user base and support videos out there for just about anything. The FreeCAD might get there, but that's another reason I just kind of stick with Fusion is because of the cam support. And if I want to do anything, there's 20 videos out there that show me how to do that. So, okay, let's see, front right. So I do these. Is there a middle piece in between? Yeah, there is. Oh no, there's a middle piece. What is that piece? That had better be printed. What is this? I'm looking at this piece. What is this piece here? Frame middle stock. Frame middle. Is that somewhere in my parts? Frame middle. Let me check. So I've got this. Let's open up frame. We've got frame. That's not in there. So let's look at front axle assembly. Axle front. That's all that stuff. That's all printed. No, that's what I just opened. the frame one. I have those parts. I have some of those parts, which means I should have all of those parts. So let's see if it's in this other box. If I have some of a part, I have all of them. Fusion, but the 10 document limit for hobbyists is what kills me. I just pay for a license. It's worth it to me to pay for a license and not deal with the limitations. I know that's not an option for everybody. Aha, aha, aha. Got it. Okay. Whew. I was worried there. I thought I had separated out all the parts I would need, but obviously I missed that one. Can get it. That might work. Get a picture of the kitties. Okay, these two can go back over here. This guy, okay. 3. So M3x14s going from, this is right, and right. This guy is right like that, and that goes into there. Is that correct? It's got to be. Yeah. Okay, so an M3x14, just get this started. Switching files in and out of read-only is a pain. On shape a spin to see if I like it better. I don't like Onshape because everything is cloud and everything is public unless you pay for a license, and their licensing is not cheap. So Onshape isn't an option for me. Being a developer for projects that aren't necessarily open development, that makes it difficult to go with Onshape. How does that go? It feels like, yeah, it's got to go right through there. So let's, I think Onshape is appealing in its cloud-based, be able to develop on an iPad or whatever, but this doesn't feel, that feels like that's too long of a screw for that. No, that I'm doing something wrong. There we go. I was going the wrong way. Going the wrong way. This goes that way, not that way. My re-up with Fusion went up 70% this year. We're in the free Fusion to not lose any current models. Yeah, that's significant. And then I'm gonna end up swapping those out for black screws. But we do the same thing over here. So now I gotta reverse this way, I think. Yeah. That is significant. This guy goes right like that. And an internet burp. Why don't we like the black? What do you mean don't like the black? Did someone say they didn't like the black? What is the black? You said you'd be switching the part. Oh, the screws. I wanted black oxide screws for everything. Just because this is a very dark build. It's going to be that dark, this amazing black litter red, and the black frame. I felt that the stainless steel fasteners can stand out a bit. So I'm a little irritated that I didn't catch that I didn't have those screws. So, okay. So now we take those and we follow the arrows. So we have a nice blue arrow here. We go over here, which is good. It's a good thing. So now the right, this is right, correct? Left. So this is right. This all goes in here. Oops. No, pull that off. Why doesn't that want to go in there? That's correct, right? Yeah. That's correct to the drawing. Have in here, there's nothing in there that's keeping that from going. Oh, we got a bunch of stuff there. Oh yeah, why doesn't that do that? Front. So this right, front right, rear right. Okay, so that's front, that's front. Ah, I was doing it wrong. And those are M3 by 6s. And it only shows the bottom two, the back two going in so far. So, hey, Mr. Rogers. Hey, Pezlis. Hey, Joey. Wind farms. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Okay, so that's the front. This piece. This piece. Here, it goes on with an M3 by 8. So this goes in here. And that goes that way. Maybe I'll just take assemblies like this and things that I can reach, because many of these surfaces aren't reachable with my fingers, so I'll just do that. Get rid of that bed adhesion residue. Okay, so that's there. What do we got? I feel like I'm missing stuff. So we've got a fastener there that goes through there. This fastener goes through the bottom, but oh, I see. I see. Those two go in there to lock that together. Okay. Those are in 3x8s as well. Into here to lock this together. Yeah, that locks this piece and locks all that together. Bearded printer. Hey Bill, you're here. Have you ever used any of the local or local-ish Visa services? Okay. Or anybody in the Bay Area? Anybody else is in the Bay Area? Okay, now we go diagonal down to the corner, bottom left. Yep, that's where I will be in March. Visa is in travel. I will be on the trip to China in March. As long as nothing happens to mess up the plans. Okay. So now we put the servo in there. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. This has been on the mind for 8 months. But it's just coming together. Here we go. Yeah. So it's Taylor and I and part of a small group that are going over there. Fast turn updated passport, you can do the online thing, as well as getting your ETA for EU. Well, I got passport. You need a special visa for China. No, this will be solo. Peninsula visa for work. It's just you go out there and you search, and so much of it seems just way too not local, you know? I don't know how to put it otherwise. Not like actually, like I feel like in most of the services I'm dealing with some company that might have some contracted out agents in the local area. I want a direct. Yeah, I'm worried about the sketchy. I did talk to Modbot about his experience, yes. Okay, we need, where did that stuff go? We need the servo. Oh, did I put it back here? Yes. So I have a box of things that are being used for this build. I have, that's not the receiver we're gonna use because that's only a 3-channel. But I have shocks. I have, what is this? Oh, these are the micro servos for the suspension. So we'll probably need those here pretty soon. So let me get these out. These are the higher torque Metal Gear ones. So I'm hoping that they are, I guess a little guide there. I'm hoping that they are adequate for the job. There's belts for the transmission, bearings, extra springs for the shocks. These are springs that were in the Sakura kit, but here is what we need right now. This is steering servo. So I did buy a low profile servo, just wanted to try it. It is still a 20 kilogram. It'll be fine for this. Then I have motor and speed control there. So I don't know if I'm gonna need this, but we're not gonna that or that for right now. These, if you ever buy a Prusa and get these parts boxes, are actually really nice for just general little project storage because they have these dedicated spots for the side tabs. You ever have a regular box like this box, and you try to close it up and bits and pieces that are in the box get in the way. You have to shift stuff around before it'll close properly. You don't have to worry about that with these. So, okay, so this guy, you could reach out to Strange Parts guy to get the lowdown on China Visa and who to use. Strange Parts, are they in the Bay Area? I'm gonna actually sit down. Oh. Hey, Clown Hammer. Okay, so this guy here, and then Servo goes in here. Right in there like that. He's in Colorado. And then do we use it says in 3x12s. The other way, there we go. Doesn't say to use any of the, here, let's see if we can tell. Let's see if we can tell if they did use any of the little bumpers. No, we can't see the servo from those. Oops. I was gonna see if I could see the servos from these views, but I don't know if it uses any of the little vibration isolators or anything. Local government official for guidance. What we have here. This sits back here a bit. And the screws here are quite long. Even 3x12s are quite long for quite long. So I want to look to see if we can get away with using the little isolators. And if we have to pull it apart because it puts a weird angle on the steering linkage, then we will. But I'm gonna guess they've got these little rubber grommets in here. Get in there, and then you have a little metal. I'm gonna put the flange side back to the printed part. So this guy goes in here because these are shaped. If I put it the other way, then the non-flange side will just eat into the printed part. So the screw head will push against that side, and the other side will push against the plastic part. I do need to center the servo. And I actually see my little servo controller on my shelf here, so maybe we'll actually do that this time. Can I get my finger back here? Come on. Just go in there. I would offer some input for that, but my husband is a Chinese American, so he has family there, and the company he works for has an office in China, so his process would be different. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, there's also a big Reddit thread on Visa service companies reviews and stuff, so I just need, that's my task. That's my drop dead date for me for getting that started is Monday, because I have Monday off. So the stuff I've seen online seems to indicate about 10 to 15 business days for the process. I'm hoping that's accurate because I have 2 months from a couple of days ago. Okay, let's play around with centering the servo first. What do I need to get that done? I could do this a few ways. Do have this guy. How can I do this? Or I can just set up a basic It's a matter of getting batteries and where's my radio? Where is my radio? Ah, there it is. Battery controller receive a servo. Yeah. This guy. Right after the borders opened, China revoked all existing visas for about 3 weeks. Was interesting, huh? HP always used, just checked, and they are still in business. They were very fascinated around the world. Multi-country travel. Can you DM me that, Bill? Just so I don't forget. I can at least look into them. And find the AliExpress warehouse and pick up a bunch of parts. Is there anything on here for... Hi, buddy. There is a servo port on this. Did we figure out, does that work on here? Can I use this servo port to, didn't we try that on the Sakura? Don't you knock things over. I see you poking at that. Let's find out. Let's find out if we can plug this in here. Let's see. Polarized, so. This goes this way. Let's just plug this in and turn it on and see if it centers.
Welcome to HTX. Stop.
I have a formal invitation letter. Yep. Does that work? That's the question. I don't know what that... There's a port on the side here for a servo. I was hoping it would just turn on, but it didn't. So I don't know if that's going to help. So let's see. These Radio Masters are very nice. It's open source. It's really a good price for what you get. I don't remember exactly what it cost, but look it up compared to comparable radios. I wonder if we can... I wonder if we can just take advantage of existing models here to get it done. Oh, that's all buttoned up. Darn it. No, I don't want to take all that apart. A consulate in California? Yes. Yes, in San Francisco. Hey, buddy. This is the MT-12, yes. MT-12. Futaba still around. I think. What else can we look for? Can we use this guy? This one actually has batteries, which is promising. Where is the... This is the rescue. I still have all this hooked up. Ha, maybe I can do this. There we go. I've got access to radio stuff. Okay. So let's just unplug one of these and plug this one in its place and power the thing on. One, and plug in. And this is still all powered up. So let's turn this on.
Welcome to HTX. Stop.
Yep. Okay, that's it. You just need to power it on. It'll center as long as I didn't do any trims, and I don't think I did any trims on this. So that is all we needed to do. And while we're here, I'm going to, because I don't want to do it, I'm going to do these Downrider servos at the same time. So that one is center. And then plug this guy in. Turn it on. Oh, that one moved quite a bit. And that works. Hey, Slonky Kong. Okay, that one's done. And last one. Oh, that one moved a lot. There we go.
Telemetry lost.
Okay, now I can take this. I want to just unplug this. And where is my, there we go. Back in. This can go back in there. I'll figure that out later. That's right, this never actually screwed in properly. Aux in the MC12 manual. Put that away. And power this off. Good night. Yeah, the other way would be to get all the stuff I'm using for this, plug everything in, but it just seemed quicker to me to grab an existing model and do that. So these are all, as long as I don't sit here and mess with it, then everything is good. So now let's get this in here. You're just gonna sit there, aren't you? Oh, this is the new little close-up cam that I'm pretty pleased with. It's a OBSBot Meet 2. Ordering parts for a rescuer. It's not my fault. Oh, well, that might be a indication that it's not going to work. Let's see. That won't actually go through there. So never mind. I guess we don't use those little spacers. Okay, we don't use the little grommets. There goes the void. So yeah, the color is so much better. I mean, if you just look at my just the array of colors there. The reproduction is so much better than that Logitech webcam I was using. And then things like just getting it in here. Focus, close-up focus and stuff. Quick focus. But the little metal grommet in these is it's too small a diameter. Anything in the manual for powering or centering servos from that controller? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Bob. I see what you're saying. You were looking at the port on that. I get it now. Okay, so let's take those out. Maybe we can use the rubber part still. And just be careful how much we tighten them. Let's do that. That is an OBSBot Meet 2, Zombie. I just, on a whim, bought it a couple of weeks ago. That's what I've been using. That's what I was pointing at me when I did the Phoenix stream and the 1440 Makers streams, or at least the Saturday. Sunday I was in here. But I'd been wanting to do something different for the for my close-up camera for a while. Oh, come on, seriously? Screw heads on here are keeping me from being able to slide this in. Why isn't that just going in like it was before? What in the world? I didn't change anything. Am I doing something wrong? What am I doing wrong? That just slid right in there every time before. Why isn't it doing that now? There we go. Okay. Hey, Jeff. That's good to know. I was considering one of those for an overhead. I don't have their little management software installed yet either. Okay, that's a problem. That's an odd little. Okay, focus, there we go. So that screw right there is hitting this piece. That screw's fine. That one is not tightened at all. It's not even touching the rubber grommet there. The instructions do say that these are all M3 by 12s going in there. So I think I'm going to replace that with an M3 by 10. I think I'm going to replace that with an M3 by 10. So I could force that through. It'll just push into the plastic of that other piece. And I might still need to get it properly tightened, but I'm going to minimize the amount I need to do that. Yep. Any thoughts on the E3NG? I'm peripherally aware of what that is, but I don't really know anything about it. I'm not sure if that's something we would consider on here. There's quite a few projects I'd probably put ahead of it right now. Just another Ender 3 conversion. I know there's a ton of people out there with Ender 3s that could probably use that, but it's got to be interesting for me as well. And considering I am actually running low on printer space, Got to try to do the stuff that I want to actually take that space. If that makes sense. And that I say that not knowing anything about the project. I don't know. I just know it's an Ender 3 conversion. But there's a box turtle build in the pipeline. Yep. I don't own an Ender to convert. That would be another thing. I would have to obtain an Ender to convert. This is their little kind of fidget toy test print. This is the colors I'll be doing my box turtle in. I do not know what printer it's going to end up on, so I wanted to do a very neutral. For the build, it will be on my green V2. But I don't know if that's the one it'll stay on. Time for another shed. So yeah, I'm printing parts. I actually have a parts printing right now. The failure I posted in general chat a couple of days ago, or yesterday, or whatever it was, the print failure, the big giant layer shift, was the extruder parts for Box Turtle. I'm looking forward to the Box Turtle build. I agree there, the GPs. The simple concept is appealing. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle one was interesting, was very fun. But I'm going basic, boring, dark colors, neutral on that. Okay, am I supposed to use these servo horn or a printed servo horn? Oh, that's interesting. Steering rod lever. Steering rod lever. It's gotta be in this other box. It's another thing I didn't catch that I needed to grab. Okay, cats are. Oh, you found a Nerf dart. Yes. You actually didn't find it. You grabbed, oh no, that's where the other, okay. Well, eventually they're gonna find all the Nerf darts for me. You have to use the garden shed for printer space. I would rather not. Finish the build on my box turtle, it's easy. Just need to do the setup on the printer. There's a mod for the box turtle to turn it into a dryer. Apparently that's coming. So an enclosure and / dryer for it is in the works. There's a separate GitHub that just says coming soon. That's what I want. I need 2 of those. There's the other one. And I think that's it. Turn my garden shed into my printer space. Granted, it's 200 square feet. I've got 10 by 12. So, and then this is 20 by 20 where I'm at right now. Hey, buddy. There we go. Felix. No, don't you dare. Bill got it into my head that I can do some machine tools in the shed at some point. So that's kind of high on, okay. Kind of high on my list of what to do with that. So this is that. We've got that. This did not come with any metal servos. I don't know if that's I don't know what we're gonna end up needing, so let's save that for a bit. But we do need to put these on, and those are on with M3x10s. Oh, no. There we go. Let go out, then you get a inspector. New inspector. I'd like to see some subtractive streams, but I see a lot of muting of the mic necessary. I don't know. I didn't mute the mic when we did the modifications to the Salad Fork stream, and it wasn't bad. This is kind of good, nice. When this screw is bottomed out, like tight, this is nice and loose, but it doesn't seem too much play. So they did a good job with that. No, gotta keep that. Gotta keep that from rotating in the wrong direction. So well, there we go. That one's a little tighter, but it still moves pretty freely. Definitely freely enough for a servo to move it. Oh, and it's loosening up already. Okay. So those two, now did I miss anything on this? So I put all those 4 screws in because we've been bit before where I missed stuff. Hey, buddy. Oscar said, hey, pay attention to me. Okay, so I think that's all of them. So now we have steering stuff. Now one thing, so we have several of these bits and pieces. It would be kind of nice if they told us which one, what length, whatever was used for these. Don't know. No, that's not toys. Those are not kitty toys. What are you after? Okay. I think it would be nice if they gave a little guide for lengths on these, since we do have several of them. You said one that you don't know what to do with the V0.2 frame or kit you have. Trident Hybrid. Check stream chat for pick. Oh yeah. Interesting. That'll be interesting. I'll look at it. I'll look at it closer. Not sure what I want to do for the next printers for ants type build. Oh. I'm not paying attention to you enough, or do you want treats? You want treats? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You want a treat? You can get it right there. Right there. Right there. Stretch. There you go. I'll make it easy for you. What? No. That's yours. This one's yours. Over here. Over here. There you go. Roller McNutt. Thanks for being a member for 12 months. Okay, I think it's this one. And then we have two of these guys. And let me grab that print that finished. And a pair of Knipex. I think that'll work. Okay. Well, one needs to go in from one side and one needs to go in from the other, so just do this. There we go. Make sure we're centered over that hole. There we go. One in from the other side. Nope, not that one. Mike 4D, 28 months. Thank you. 2 years and 4 months already. We're coming up on 3 years of memberships just in a couple of months. I think the longest ones I've seen are 34, 33, 32, 33. There we go. So one on each side. And then it looks like an M3 by 16, which is this guy. Goes in here. Got sticky. This guy. Grab you bits and just do it while I've got it on the rag. Things that I know are coming up. Oops, sorry for the view of the top of my head. Okay, close enough. Okay, so now we have this, which is this way, and this goes in right here. Now this is one that's going to be right along layer lines. So I'm just going to kind of work this way. It says by 16. Yep, that's about right. Right there. Lars, remember 31 months? They do go by, don't they? 32 months, 16 days. Yeah, and you're day one, right, PF? Okay. So, funny comment. Now, I'm looking at Felix right now. It made me think of this. Looking at Felix, and he's staring at the stuff that's, here, I'll just flip this around. So, he's staring at the stuff that's on top of the trays here. And there used to be a stuffed red dragon right here until last night when Felix was up here visiting, and he put his paws up there and went bump and knocked it off the back. Oh, not that one. That one. There we go. West 3D mag plates come with a magnetic sticker, or is it separate? Oh, I don't know. Looks like it does. Okay, then that will screw onto there. Now the question is, so we had a little bit of question on the 240Z on what length of arm works well here for the servo arm. And I don't think there was a printed part for this. If we go out here and print files, RC, 3DSets. Let's go to, I think it will go here, and spare parts and axle front is where it should be. We got servo rod, which is that long rod. Nope, that's that. Dan's, thanks for being a member for 15 months. Oh, bye. It's gonna settle in down there. Steering rod lever. What is this? Okay, so that's those two that we'd already used. So that's steering rod lever and steering rod stock. What is that? Nope, that's the long thing. It's the side. Nope, that's that. I don't think there is a servo horn in the print file, so we're supposed to use a off-the-shelf one. So then, which one? It came with this. The servo came with this. These others came with a metal one. I don't know which one is going to be more useful. Hey, buddy. So if we put that, that could go right there. Hey, you guys are really wanting the attention. And then that is a M3x12. So then this goes right here. I guess we can just try it and see what happens. So we're gonna need the servo screw for this. Don't knock it. Thanks for being a member. Time flies when you're having fun building. Enjoying the build. Always. Well, 99% of the time. Hey, Manuel. Thanks for being a member. Now this should, you really need to do Loctite on here for this. This is metal to metal to metal. This will need Loctite. I am not doing that for the moment because I'm still kind of figuring out sizing. So but it will get Loctite. So the rest of these are, what are those? Those are all M3x10s. I want to see what this stuff looks like together. We don't need, there we go. Here, and then this is going to be a little interesting to try to get in here. So this will tighten until there's still not a lot of play, but it can still move. Still move fine. Get the other one. that goes there. This will be a, what is that, an inch 3 by 12. We're not really going to know how this moves immediately. But for the concerns that we had on the Sakura, we don't have the clearance issues we did on there. And now we have two spots we can move that to. So I think it's probably going to be okay. So we can adjust that a bit. So I think I'm going to take a chance that that is going to be okay. And grab a, oh boy, that is interesting. So these servo horns, these metal ones, have a couple of things on them. They have clamping screws and then they have the center screw. So there are 2 screws that can come through to clamp it onto the servo, and then the center one. If I want to use those, I'm gonna have to actually take it out of here to do so. I think that is going to be reasonably easy. So let me do that. How does the load go through the servo and the adjustable height? It doesn't. It adjusts the top. It has these guys here. Oh, okay, I see where it went. It has these cams here that mount up here and adjust the top mount for the shock. So the little servo goes here and it pulls those in to lower the ride height and pushes them out to raise it. You'll see that here in a second when we get to that, but I want to get this servo in here properly. So I think I can do this without taking most of this apart. I can just take the servo out. Airbags effect, yep. Hey Demlar, how are you? Ball driver. Go straight across the servo arm, shouldn't transfer through the servo. Exactly. It doesn't impact the steering servo at all. Now, don't expect RC kit like low C or team associated level suspension geometry out of these. And then I'm gonna do a little thing here. I'm gonna take this cross brace out to make putting that servo back in a whole lot easier. You planning on mounting the Nerf blaster to the roof? Okay, so now we can just pull this out the top, I'm hoping. There we go. Okay, so those there, I'm gonna loosen this up a little bit, and then I'm gonna take these 2 screws. 2 screws out of here. These 2, I think. I'm expecting a full Formula 1 design. What do we got here for a screw head on this? It's very, very tiny. It's a hex. Love it when they mix hex and Phillips in the same thing. So that's loose. This can come in here. Oh, this is going to need Loctite. We still have, yes, this is still. Metal on metal on metal. Oh, there's one from each side, I see. Nope. Okay, and then since we're going for it, put some Loctite on here. There we go. Okay. So then, just drop this in from the top. That guy out of the way. There we go. Spent a week designing a clever mechanism for work, only to find Dad mention you have just designed something I want at home for baby. There goes your patent. Okay, and then this guy goes back on here. Go. This guy, screw into here. Oop. I'm just going to go into the top hole for now. It's going to be give me the most steering travel, but I don't know if I'll need it all. So there's that. Now we have to, so we went here to here. What was that? That is through there and 2 screws into, oh, those were in 3x8s. That's what, okay. Well, okay. These 2 were in 3x8s. I read the thing wrong and put 10s in there. Felix is being so good. See, he's just chilling. Not trying to sleep. He's just found him a little spot watching me work. Okay, there's that. Now I need to put these guys. So we got 1, 2, one that dropped over here. Ugh. Okay, and are there any markings? I think these are all, they're just mirrored versions. Realizing I probably should have just soaked all of these parts in a tub of water before I did this, because even that little surface there is kind of annoyingly sticky. Okay, so we have different. So we have, let's see, those are the same. Those are the same. So which one do I need where? This one goes right here. This one goes right here. That is M3 by 10s. M3 by 10s. This guy is going to go in here. 3 by 10 on both sides. Yep, 3 by 10 all around. Okay. With those bottomed out, it still moves freely. I'm impressed. They're paying attention to. I didn't have to really play with the screws to get that to move fine. Those are bottomed out, and it's moving freely without any extra play. I like it. So there's the same thing over here. Oh, I am not surprised. I would not be surprised there, Drew. This Felix is the one that definitely is right there when I'm tying my shoes, because that's playtime. Well, as soon as I say that, this side did not go together. Maybe it's something in the... That just tightened right down. Wow, that's tightening down. Let's just work that. And override. Let's work that. This side was like perfect. This side, not so much. Is there any difference between those? No, they're just mirrored parts. There's a right. It is labeled. I didn't realize it was labeled. Oh, where did I see the label? R. Yep, that's right. It is. It has an R in there. That one has an L in there. This one moves freely. This one, not so much. Is there any difference? No. There's no difference in those. Okay. I think it'll be okay. It just needs to work its way. I think it's the heads more in this than anything else. Okay. We will figure that out. Shock left, front left. Shock lever front right. I don't see any indication of it, whether they're different from front or rear. I think they're exact the same, so. Okay, so now we get to put the little servo on. Little servo. Hey, buddy. And they have right in the middle of it. Okay, small servo goes on here like this. But we need the round piece here. Probably want, how does this work? What are you getting into? What are you playing with? Oh, you're playing with some heat shrink. Yes. Hey, Wally, welcome. Okay, so there are no printed bits for this. It comes with them. The two of these seems like they would have been ideal. They're the same. Okay, it's the same bolt pattern. Two of those would have been ideal. These, I'm not sure what we're supposed to use to screw in. So we have M2x12s going in for the mounting. Lines up. And then those go together. And then those are M3x12s and M3. So there is no chance that an M3 is just going into those. Now, these are meant for an M3. These, I'm pretty sure, are meant for an M3. 3x12s. Let's see. Yeah, those thread in just fine. But that's not going to be the case with this. What else do we have? We have these guys. Well, that'll do. It's the first hole. I'm just lining it up to which hole lines up with what is here. Can I get, no, that is not meant for, I don't think I can force it either. Okay, we may need to drill two of those holes out and then thread in. Printing on my switchwire skirts, using your files one at a time on my Micron, doing filament swaps for the accent. Nice. Okay, I need a 2.5mm drill bit. I'm just gonna grab it out of my grab something out of my numbered drill bits because my other ones are in the other garage. So, which one is about 2.5mm? Let's try here. 2.2. 2.4, that's close enough. We will do a 2.4mm drill bit. And pin vise. No. There's way too many things up here for you to decide are toys. Come on, buddy. Oh. Here. Oh. Okay, we're gonna do this. And we're gonna drill out opposing sides on this. So, just wanna try to keep that straight. I got 2 chances on each of these. So, because I can always just rotate it 90 degrees. try to use the little grommet? I don't think so. But I do think I want to use the little screws, self-tapping. Hey, there you are. I'm crinkling stuff is what's going on. They have started to equate packaging with treats. So I think that's what he's thinking. That and one of these. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Oh, you do not want to play with that. Got to drop off and take care of the wife's projects. Have fun, Brent. Thanks for being here. Okay, let's put this on here first, which is a little smaller screwdriver than that. Where do there we go. That. I want to use these because they have a broad head on them, which is going to hold this better than an M2 that is called for in the manual. And this is threading in nicely. It sticks out the back just a little bit. That's okay. I'm not going to be able to, not going to worry about it. Center that. I would recommend, all of these servos come with screws like that. I would recommend those servo screws rather than the M2s that the manual calls for. And then this guy is going to go on here as straight as you can get it with the splines. And that is plastic. It's clamping, so Loctite is not as important. Okay. Flange head screws. Yes. You can't have any of my coffee. Okay. Now we need to build these things, which are these two. Are they the short ones or the long ones? Short, oh, one's short, one's long. Okay, good. One's short, one's long. And they all go in from the same side. Excuse me. Okay, so we have two sets of these, one short, one long. So we are going to put more of these guys in. So here, is the same size? Yeah. They're different. Oh, they might be slightly smaller because that was taking more effort than I think it should have. It's taking a lot of effort, but these are all the same size. So, huh. Okay, well, let's find out. Yeah, that is taking a lot of effort. Wow. Okay, just took a lot of effort, but it worked. Well, it moves. Maybe I will. I did press that in from the build plate side, so maybe there's a tiny bit of elephant's foot that was impacting that. I kind of, on a whim, chose the build plate side just from how I wanted it to look. But we'll pull out our handy dandy and just get a tiny bit there. Deburring tool. What is that? Oh, it's someone outside. Not a lot. Don't want to drive this in too much. Then cat steals the little bags and I have to go searching for the bag of screws or eats that throughout the house. Just cleaning off the residue. Before the next build, I'm going to wash the rest of the parts. Cat Star doesn't seem to like bed slingers, just glares at the end of the ring. We're trying to figure out how to get in them. Okay, there's this. And oh, messy. So pressing the update button stream happens tomorrow. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. How many printers do you think will make it through? Seemed a little easier. We will be giving away a roll of Polymaker filament for every success. You know, the thing is, the GPs, I don't know that anything is super out of date, but I think everything is going to need an update. Oh, this is really important. I'm pressing so hard to make sure that I've got it centered on there. Let's just do 2. I don't know. There might be something before cruise ratio. Cruise ratio. What's cruise ratio? Cruise ratio. Okay, now M3 by 12s. What is this? M3 by 14s on the end, M3 by 12s on the center. And that'll be that piece. So M3 by 14s on the ends. So long side, this is that M3 by 14 I'm not thrilled with. Been looking forward to that stream unless there's an issue with updating the firmware on the MCUs. I think success. Yeah, well, that's really the point of it is there's a lot of CAN in there. There's a lot of various MCU stuff in there. And then if I come across like a, what is it? Buster. If there's a Buster image, Pi image, we'll probably update that to Bullseye or Bookworm. Okay, so now this is the real question, how well this is going to do. There we go. Okay, cool. CAN bus will no doubt throw something. Probably, but that's okay. I'm gonna kind of on the fly make some criteria depending on the build on whether I think it's going to monopolize a stream or not. If I feel like an update is going to monopolize a stream, we'll note what's going on, but move on. I don't want this to turn into troubleshooting one printer for an entire 3 or 4 hours. Well, and Bill, you'll be happy to hear if I can get, I need to do a little bit of freshening up on it, but on one of them, if I don't do it tomorrow, then on some stream, I'll set up the scripting updates. If I don't do it tomorrow, I'll do it on some stream, upcoming build, but the hope is to do it tomorrow. Just as a showing one thing you can do. Going to, yep, that's it. Come on, get right in. There we go. Okay, that is our Downrider servo. We publish that script. I'm just going to go off some documentation that's online. We'll follow through, and then if I don't know that it's going to be different, it's going to be customized to the hardware, or to the setup that the printer is. So, hey, well, Jackie. Ooh, killing your free time. Yep. But it's a good cause, right? Education and money. Okay, so that is done. So now we have lower suspension arms. Oops, shoot, where is I? There. It's already out there. Why it would be good to know. We'll watch in there. Yeah, I'm gonna learn too, because I've not really bothered with it because I have so many different printers, and I feel like it's just as easy for me to just find the documentation for any one thing and just update it individually. Okay, let's get some of this cleaned up, some of this servo stuff cleaned up. I may look for a pack of these servo horns with something like this in it. Okay, that, and now I need, so I've kind of got these, I kind of tried to set them in here together. This one is right, and this one is left. So these come as these parts. See what, Jackie? And we will need to put ball joints in. This one is different. So this highlight, use these specific ball joints here. So these are different. And I think it's these guys. The guys that are printed with a special skirt. They're actually, there's some writing on there too. I can't really read right now. But it is very, very specific to this particular part of the build. That should be all that's needed there. So that is going to go in this part from this side. Two of these guys go in. So if that's there, these go in from the inside. Well, then the same thing over here. This esoterics guide was pretty good. Only took about an hour each to update my SolidWorks and Micron. Oh yeah, esoterics guide is awesome. That we will be living in that guide for much of tomorrow's stream. We will be living there. Setting up camp, overstaying our welcome, everything. Hey, Thunderkeys. Welcome, welcome. Okay. So in 3x8s, looking at this. So we've got this now going onto here. This all coming together. Felix is looking at the red toolbox. Felix is looking at, wondering if he's going to jump up on top of the Prusa enclosure. Okay, so then we have a couple of hex nuts and 3x8s that go in from there. That would have been slightly easier had I, it's the Nipix to push that in there. need to remember their names. It's been a while with the weekend projects. Just think orange tabbies. So there was Charlie and now Oscar. So, and the his, if you remember, his shelter name was Foxtrot. So is he up on the? Of course he is. See, I knew what he was after. I knew what he was after. The house is their jungle gym. Okay, so I think that's it for this little piece. Now we've got the upper, which is more, this one uses a regular joint, regular, same one of those. So upper, nope, not that, it's these. 2 and 3. I think that's all of them. Have they made it onto the Phoenix yet? No, but they've got a path they could. They could jump onto my toolbox here and then up there, which is a good point. I've got some stuff up there that I put up there so they couldn't get to it. I need to get rid of that. Okay, so we have this, and then we have pieces for the upper arm. So this is a left and a left and left. And these are the right. And that's what I was working on here. It's right, yep. That's a right. So letters up. And then these two go on here. So I think these go on something like that. Like that. So yeah, let's put this one in first. So this goes the bottom in. In. Yeah. Wonder if PTFE wire is a safe chew toy for kittens. My cat is obsessed with 24 gauge for some reason. I somewhat doubt it's great for him. Core 1 isn't expected to ship for, a few more months per the launch announcement. Core 1 isn't expected to, Core 1 kits aren't expected, or Core 1s, because didn't Joe come on the 1440 Makers stream and say that first orders should be printing, or should be shipping this month? Okay, so these go here, and I can do that after. So nut and M3x8 probably. M3x8s, yep. Here we go, slightly out of order. Yeah, Joe had said that they should be shipping to the review kits like very shortly, and then first orders at the end of this month. I am getting one way or another. If I've got a first 5-minute order one. Placed within the first 5 minutes of orders being open. I had one on order. Okay, so now we go inside here. The orientation of how these go is important. So be sure to pay attention to how they want you to insert these, because there's a flange, a large flange on one side of these. No, I ordered because the upgrade kits aren't expected, or at least as of announcement, weren't expected to ship until a few months from now for kits. For pre-assembled, they are, I thought, supposed to ship this month. Hey, John. My plan was to have a pre-assembled one because I want to check it out as soon as possible because I think it's really cool. And the kit I'll probably do is an upgrade kit on one of my Mark IVs. What sort of kit does the Core 1 come as? Complete build? Yeah, complete build. I don't know that I'll end up, because I don't need 3 Core 1s. So I bought one, I'll get an upgrade kit. A full kit would be a third one. I don't think I need that many. So I think my ideal scenario is to have the pre-assembled and then an upgrade. And I'll upgrade my MMU3, the one that started as a Mark IIIS. Convert it to a Mark IVS. Need is a strong word. Yes, exactly. This is true. Okay, so that is the right side. And let's go ahead and do that for the left side since we're right here. There's no reason not to. Hope that I got these right. Just double checking my orientation on things. Yes. Okay, so this is here. This can come apart. What do you... Yes, that is something to knock on the floor. I don't want you to knock it on the floor. Here, you can come back over here. Okay, this way, this, and this guy here. Remember the one with the built-in skirt. That one came off quite a bit. Oh, interesting. I don't know which. Yeah, that's correct, but more of the skirt came off on this one. I may have to redo that. More of the skirt came off of that one than this one. I don't know if that's a problem or not. Okay, we'll find out. Did I miss you show the suspension mechanism? This guy? Maybe. So this turns and changes the angle of the shock, the top of the shock mount. So way up, or now it's gonna, you can't actuate it from the shocks because the angles. I'm gonna go ahead and use this just because the guy goes up from there, just like that. Well, the Core 1 should be compatible with the MMU3. So there's your box turtle or similar. My ultimate loadout of those printers will be, I'm going to keep my my 1 year anniversary Mark IV as a Mark IV. I'm going to upgrade the MMU3 that started as a Mark IIIS to a Core 1. and then I'll have the core one and, oh, I don't know why I did that. I was working on these. And then the Prusa Mini. That'll be my little Prusa setup. MMU3 still has difficult filament loads, I understand. I have not experienced any trouble with the MMU3, and I've printed quite a lot on it. I have not had a single failure mid multicolor print that's due to the MMU3. This is kind of fun. For this build, I decided to go a little extra on a few parts. So that's the steering wheel. The engine covers I did because you can't do these little bolts otherwise without a full layer color change. So, and similar to the little vent cap here, this is all MMU3. This is kind of cool because normally you would do a layer swap and the belt part of the pulleys would be black. So I did that as an MMU3 print. It turned out really good. The floor mats, I did them kind of like diamond plate. Now, the way that the painting did, some of the brown's showing through here, but whatever, that's dirt. And then black pedals with silver. Oh, come on, give me a focus back. And even things like, let me see if I can find one. Even things like oh, come on, where are you? Yeah, here. So these are the window cranks. I did that as an MMU part because you can't do that right there with a filament swap. The knob is black, but the crank arm is silver. The mats, yep. I figured it would just be, it would look fine. But yeah. So yeah, I've been having fun with doing that. Okay, that. This one, where does this go from? The bottom up to that, is that right? That. MMU3 is printing ABS right now. Nice. I do not have anything to print ABS like that. That print with the belt is deceptive. It looks simple, but it's not. But all of that is just using Prusa Slicer to paint the colors on. Like this could have gone better if you had more control. Because if I could have gone another layer deeper with silver, it would have been just a solid silver matte. But because of the way the painting works, it has the edges of some brown layers showing through. And that's I don't know if that can be fixed, if that can be tweaked. Okay, so that is those two. These are kind of done. actually, yeah, well, let's put them together. That goes there, there. Did you start the part as brown and paint the silver, the other way around? Started as brown and painted the silver. But the other way around, it would have still shown, no, you're right. That might have been a better way to do it. I get it. That might have been a better way to do it. Probably gonna try it. Good call. Push these in. Split the CAD file up. Not sure if Fusion can do that. Well, I'd have to be working with meshes because these are all meshes. There's no CAD for these. So this is not, the 3DSets is not an open source project. Even to the point of you're not supposed to remix. There's lots of remixes out there. They have a very specific statement on their site. That's why I'd never published my 3-hole motor mount thing, because it's not allowed. Other people have done it, so you can get it out there from other folks. And if somebody DM'd me or something, I wouldn't have a problem sending it to them. But I won't publish it because I emailed them asking for permission to publish it, and I did not get a response. I just simply didn't get a response. So that is their prerogative. I think it goes that way. That way. Stick to remixing benchies. I'm hoping the benchy thing brings a little more awareness. I mean, it's gonna have a minimal effect, honestly, but I'm hoping it brings a little more awareness to folks on licensing, because I don't think it just enters the minds of most people that are working with files and sharing and remixing and stuff. Okay, so that. Now we got front axle. So I think this is the other side, which we just did. Yeah, that's left. So now we're going to go to the, hey, we get to get some bearings. So, okay. Let's see, I need a couple of bearings, which are in the box that's over here. Do I have different? Much of this is just parts because you use extra parts when you're building these, and some things I didn't have to order. So just making sure I have the same style of bearing across the board. Some of them have metal seals, some of them have a rubber seal. Okay, I'm going to be using the metal seal ones. Excuse me. Okay, and then these two pieces. So we've got our front hubs. Need 4 bearings here. Hybrid ceramic bearings. Never really heard of anyone actually go after another for not respecting licensing. Well, that's because there's a large amount of effort there. there's a large amount of effort there, and if the juice isn't worth the squeeze, but it's still, I feel like folks should respect that, even if you know, it's like, I'm gonna go steal that. I know I'm not gonna get punished for it, but I'm gonna steal it anyway. That's not the same thing, I know, but I guess it could be argued it's the same thing. Okay, so I just threw the bearings in there. This is top left. This is top right. It says so. Top right. And our right pieces. This is our right. And this is hidden. I think this is our right. Not saying they shouldn't and morally, not saying they shouldn't and morally wrong, but I think it's why people agreed. But I mean, it's the same, I think it's the same thing with, you know, VHS copying, stuff like that. I don't know. Oh yeah, I should not have put the bearings in. I should not have put the bearings in yet. We need to stick some lock nuts inside of here. And that's probably going to be a little more difficult with the bearings in place. VHS. I shouldn't say that it's the same because everything has a notification for VHS stuff. I think it's... I just saw a Disney Lego set in a local Lego store that has a VHS tape in it. Wow. Okay, we need lock nuts. That is in this bin. There we are. And I think this was a fun little thing I believe before. I'm gonna try putting this in here and getting a bit of a, there we go, pulling it through. That is not really, that's gonna be fun. Okay. So this is right top, which means if I stick my pinky in there, that's gonna get held. And we have an M3 by 16 going through here, and I'm gonna move this screw. Screw that in. There we go. Be kind, rewind. Did anybody have a little race car rewinder? I think this is going to be it. There we go. Oh, no. I've got to get it to drop in the right way. Oh, shoot. Ah, it fell right in. Okay. So now I need another M3 by 16. And the bottom. Bottom goes like this. And get my pinky in there to hold that in place. There we go. Okay, so now we can throw these bearings in. is top right. That one is the right. See if everything lines up when we're done. And do you want down? There you go. What time is it? Oh, we've almost 3 hours in and we haven't even gotten through. Ooh, this might be an extra long build series. And then we have a axle and one of these. Goes through the end. And then we'll look at the angle that it sets at when we get this on and make sure that looks reasonable. So then the little axle goes through all of this, and there is a this that goes on the end there. Okay. Oh boy. Front axle. We've got a ball joint going in. Okay, so we have one of those. That goes that way. Are there two of these? Are they the same? Two of these. Not the same. Okay. So I want this one. Okay. So then ball joint goes from the top. Actually. Go. It goes from the top on both sides. There we go. Oh, fun. Oscar's getting frisky. Same thing, I'll do this other one just to get it done. The other side. Okay, so that is the other side. This is this side. There is a M3 by 14 going through here and here. Goes in there. Oh, from the bottom. From the bottom. Let's see. That, and then there's a M3 by 25. It's gonna hold the shock in. So let's grab the shocks. Okay. So these are the same shocks I used on the Sakura. They are an oil-filled shock. These don't have oil in them. We will need to put it there, but I'm going to test fit these right now. I'm going to be pulling most of this apart to get to these stainless screws. So we're just going to put this together and see if I need to make similar modifications I made to the Sakura. So is that? Just kind of looking, seeing how this is. Okay. So this is another little area that I feel like the 3DSets could improve, is how they spec their shocks. And I'm already can tell that this is going to probably need a longer eyelet on the end here. So this normally goes in here, and there's quite a bit of side-to-side play there. I would probably put a couple of washers on one side to take that up. Oops, here. Put washers on either side to take that up. Looks like 3 washers on each side might do it. But what'll happen is, and we can put a screw through here, let's see. Screw through just to get a feel. So that goes there. We'll thread this in just enough to hold it. So this goes here. What was happening on the Sakura is at a certain level, and it might not do it here. We'll see. On the Sakura, the spring perch was rubbing on parts. So that might actually not do it on this one. So we'll see. That is in there. Test fit. I think I would put washers on the bottom just to keep that from sliding back and forth. But we shall see. Let's see what is next on the instructions. That. And then this goes on. And what is this? We have M3 by 14s. Yeah, a lot of these 14s I'm going to want to replace. And then a M3 by 12 for the steering linkage from the bottom. Okay. And then what is this guy? An M3 by 16. Okay. So this goes here, and let's make sure I even got the correct stuff. So this will be M3 by 14s. There. Let's get this out of the way. Two. There. Move this up, rotate these up so I can get to the head of the screw a little better. That I'm probably going to want to put a little washer in there too, but let's see how all this goes. Oh, no. Oh wow, that seems wrong. What did I do wrong here? I thought I grabbed the right. Am I doing this right? Correct? No, I'm not. Something is wrong. Oh, that does go to the inside. Oh, so I'm getting very confused in their right versus left, it looks like. Because, oh, that is right. I am getting confused because that's right. That side is right. I'm installing the right side on the left. Hey, Ola. This is all right. It's all right. Well, let's install it on the side it's supposed to be installed on. So same thing, just that goes there. As we saw in the Sakura build as well, that definitely easy to get twisted on what parts are what on these builds. Okay, so now this comes around. Should, oh, that means I put the wrong side on this one. Yeah, I think this is the wrong side. This should be, this is the wrong side. Okay. All of this is wrong. No, this is right. Oh no, that's correct. That was correct. Never mind. That was correct. It was. I have to add one of these to my project list. You should. This comes out. This is the one that I needed this one for. Yeah. This one goes here. This side. Hey, Raven. Now that. Someone who was fortunate enough to see the original theatrical release in a theater. So I am told that I saw the original theatrical release in the theater. My dad said he took me with him to see the first Star Wars in the theater. So I can say I was there. Okay. That is looking okay so far. Although, no, not really. No, it's not looking okay. I was one. That is not looking okay. because that is top of travel. Now, why is it top of travel? Why is that top of travel? What? Oh, it's hitting right there. So that is top of travel, but that is also where the max lowering is. Huh. Is there supposed to be any actual suspension movement when this is there? Wonderful. There's no easy way. Let's see. Let's go here. Huh. That is very difficult to get that screw in with the lower arm in the way. Okay. Can confirm I saw you there. So I'm looking at this and looking at where this is going to bolt in for the upper suspension mount, and realizing that when it's there at this point, there's like zero travel on suspension. I guess if it's lowered all the way down, do you want more suspension travel? I don't know. Trying to figure out how I'm going to get this 3x12 in there for the steering linkage. Oh, that's interesting. The servo horn there basically interferes, or is it right at touching the Downrider thing. Let's see if it misses it going that way. So I think it's right at maybe okay. Can't really get my fingers in here well to actuate the stuff. Can I get that in right there? Hey, Andres. Yeah, just barely. Okay. Well, now that is kind of gets that locked in. And then if I go here, let's get a 16. Is this the 16 or is that the 25? It's a 25, I think. Yeah. Get a 16 in here. I think there's a... Which side does this come from? From the front. Oops. Which way does it come from? I guess it threads in both. Since those are mirrors. This is the front. This is the front. This is the steering side. Okay, so now that is pretty much at full lowered and there's no suspension travel at all. Let's shift this around to full height, and there's a little bit. There's a little bit. I mean, I got the It doesn't bottom out the spring perch like the Sakura did, but I don't know if it should be more. I don't know if these should be longer. Let me make sure I purchase the right thing. Let's go back to the build guide, and all the way up here is a non-printed parts. You can't see it. There it is. Click for non-printed parts spreadsheet. So let's look here. Looks like an aerial atom now. Okay. Steering servo, suspension, lift servo, ball bearings, shock absorbers. 50mm shocks are optimum. 55 are maximum. So 50 are optimum. 55mm shock may require using alternate shock mount. You can find it in the spare parts folder. Now, what they mean is eye to eye, I think. So about and I'm at 50. So I have 50mm shocks. So I've got what they expect. We can confirm here. Yep. 50mm. But the travel is not what I would have expected, because that should be full height. Any adjustment beyond this is going to lower it. So this should be full up, and I would expect that somewhere at about whatever 45 degrees is our middle point, and it doesn't seem right. Fulfill the honey-do list. Seeds of Drew. What do you guys think? It seems interesting. I can look at what extending, like I feel like a 55mm would be the better option. Let's put the other side together. And I'm gonna learn from one of my mistakes. Move this over, and I'm going to put this on here directly before I get the rest of the suspension in the way. Be correct there. This back. Okay. 2 more bearings, or did I pull those out? They're already over here. Oh, yeah. Okay, 2 lock nuts. Where is this? Come on. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. I want to try something different this time. Take an M3x8 in here and thread it in to hold it for a second. Go. Get the other one in. Okay, get pinky in there. 3x8 to hold it for a second. Okay, now I'll put our bearings back in. And our axle. Come from this side, yep. There, now that should hopefully, especially if it's in that orientation, hold those in place. Okay. Now, this goes like this. So that means that this one goes like this. Yeah. And those are, oops. Those were, three by 16. So that's top, that's bottom, left. We can pull this in 3x8 out. And put this one in its place. Is that correct? It goes, yeah. Yeah, just like that. Yep, that worked. Nice. Top. This one comes off. Now I still need to confirm that I didn't screw up and put the have the wrong top arms on each side on this. Well, can we check here? That's the front, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the correct caster. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct for the caster. It shouldn't be leaning forward, it should be leaning back. So. Running 3x14s. Five. It's the shock in here. I thought I'd be a whole lot further than this, though. I know it's solid progress. We haven't really had anything stall the build. I don't think so. I don't think there's anything that's really caused extra time. But I was in my head, I was expecting to be putting the transmission together today. There's a joke there, John. There's a joke there. Going to get milk. Now, this one comes around to here. Now, it's way easier to do it this way. Other way. We haven't gotten to the pretty parts yet. I know. It means you're just going to have to come back again next time. Took me a couple of weeks. I did modify the transmission for forward only. Yeah. Okay. Not worrying about tightening a lot of this down, like final tightening. Hoping to get a little better understanding of how this all works. Up before I go working on modifying shocks. Okay, so that's the front suspension. I am curious because that's all the travel we're getting, and that's at full maximum ride height. Every single part that I've printed on this has been 0.15 layer height. That's what 3DSets recommends. So everything, the body, everything has been 0.15. Okay, where are we at next? So we have this, and we did that, and we did that. It's the other parts of the thing. Then we do, this is more front axle stuff. We did that, we did that. This is the, yeah, so it should lean back into the, yeah, so we did it right. We got the right parts on the right side. We did that. Put these, those are all the 14s going in for the suspension arms. And then we're on to lift axle, rear axle. How does this go on the, how does this attach to the frame? It must attach through there. How does this attach to the frame? Print in weird orientation, seam painting is really important. Ah, yeah. Assemble the rear axle. The assembly includes independent, all of this stuff. Okay, well, let's get to it. So we're gonna grab this piece, which is right here. And then we're just gonna put nuts in there and Oh, okay. No, we're not going to assemble the rear axle. We need to go back to the main guide. We need to go back to the main guide first. So here's where we left off, and it told us to go to the front axle. Now we're done with the front axle. Let's go down to, we're done with the front axle. So let's go here. Okay, we can do that. Softer springs will allow more travel. No, it won't. So this is a physical end stop situation here. This isn't a matter of springs. This is bottoming out at the max compression, and it's fully extended between that range right there. So springs aren't going to make a difference on that. What I'm expecting, I'm going to try is put a longer, just like I did with Sakura, put a longer end. Total travel, I don't need much more than this. But where that range of travel is, I want to adjust it. And the best way to do that is probably to extend the eyelet side of the shock. So I spent a ton of time doing the same thing on the Sakura. And if you look at this, I got it spot on with longer shock ends. But this is full droop and full compression right into the wheel well. Full droop, full compression, and it doesn't rub. So I did the same thing on the front and the rear to get perfect travel here. And the way this thing sits just makes me so happy because it rides at a good height. So I want to do the same thing with this. And that's kind of what got me into redoing the Sandy, because I want to do the same thing with the Sandy because it's way oversprung and it sits at the wrong ride height. So I want to play around with it as well. Okay, so we got grill. We got grill stuff. So we got grill and grill. I've got another part I'm gonna need. So, and radiator. Now I printed 2 radiators. You've seen them here. I printed the silver one and I printed the black one. Now the problem is all of these sit on here, and this is the very front of the truck. And I think that silver is just gonna be way too bright for this build. I think it's gonna need to be the black in order to, you still see the grill detail, but I think it needs to be the, I don't know which way these goes. We'll figure it out when we get to there, but I think that's gonna be way better than the silver because these attach directly there, and I just think that's too bright for this build. Black out the radiator ends. Good. So the deal is there was some supports I already removed on here and cleaned up this piece. I think it's cleaned up enough. It's stuff out of the way. Boxes of controllers and parts for RC, mostly anodized aluminum. I was big into hobby for a few years. I was big into the hobby, but in the racing, like racing buggy scene, aluminum parts is not what you go with. You stay with the molded parts because they're light and more durable. The aluminum bends and only bends a couple of times before it breaks. So I don't have a collection of aluminum parts, but I know a lot of people that did. A lot of bashers where they felt that aluminum parts were the way to go, and it's usually not. There's certain things that are better in aluminum, but yeah, exactly. Hence the box of parts. Yep. A lot of people getting into the hobby feel it's the intuitively they want to go all aluminum. And as you get more experience in the hobby, you realize that all aluminum is not the way to go. That you're better off with a mixture, do very selective changing of parts. You know, kind of like a 3D printer. You modify everything isn't necessarily the way to go. A selection of modifications can be very useful. I'm missing the top piece here. There it is. There it is. I'd like to get something bolted to this frame today, and I think we're almost there. Back into it now with the 3D printers, easier to make parts. Although there's nothing that beats the strength of a molded nylon part, an injection molded nylon part. Okay, we have a bunch of M3x10s. I'm getting kind of low on M3x10s. I thought I ordered some. I feel like I did. Just have to find them. I can print nylon. I'm not sure it would be worth it versus buying. Yeah, that's a good point. And also an injection molded nylon part is going to be far stronger than a printed nylon part. You got a homogeneous or whatever however you say that part versus something printed in layers. Metallic blue with some silver accent. There you go. So, Sean, high five blue from Proto-Pasta. It's probably one of the best shiny blues. I have some around here somewhere. I mean, my slab, this is Proto-Pasta high five blue. Isn't that a great blue? That's what my 22B is going to be. I've already bought, I think I've bought 3 rolls of that for the 22B build. I'm assuming that I'm going to screw up some of those parts, and not because of me, because they need weird supports on that build. It's not designed with 3D printing in mind first, but it seems like a pretty decent build. It's just I'm expecting that I'm going to have some experimenting on how to print things. So I got extra. Annealing is a problem with a lot of this stuff because often the part will change shape. The annealing, I haven't gotten into it, but I get the impression it takes a very, you need to test a lot for how it behaves for your parts too, for your particular parts. If you were always producing the same part, you would probably come up with a very repeatable method of printing and annealing parts to get what you want. But when you're doing a build like this, I would never even consider trying to anneal something like this to be stronger. Now this is HTPLA. It will be more temperature resistant and stronger as an annealed part, but it's going to be different for all these. I mean, this part is going to behave differently than that part. So, okay, we're going to put this together. And it looks like we got a couple M3x6s going in for the top piece, the radiator, that kind of stuff. So we've got this guy, got a little bit of print stuff to kind of get. Okay, that was all. So this goes on here. Major process was to kill me using the oven for days on end. Thanks for the suggestion. I think I'll go with Proto-Pasta. It is on the pricier side, but it's good stuff, especially when you're doing like it, just to have filament around for random things. It's kind of hard to justify, but if you have a purpose, I think it's worth it. Hey, John. That red is so nice. There we go, Bob. We're getting into pretty colors. Our first taste of pretty colors on the build. So okay, so that's got to go that way. The only Proto-Pasta that I owned, just for the sake of buying it, was a Nebula line. Bought it at Earth for a steal. Yeah. So look at right now. I think I just ordered some. The electric lemonade yellow I ordered is on their New Year's sale. That might still be going on. So check their site and be sure to click on the link that has the sale, because if you just go to the color, it doesn't list or come up. It doesn't auto apply the coupon to the to your cart. But if you go to their sale page and add it to your cart, it gets auto applied. So see what colors they have available on the sale. I think the High Five Blue that was there was just their Pet G. And I don't know what's going on with their Pet G, Bob. If they seem to be getting really low on a lot of colors in Pet G. Or they just haven't done a run in a while? Do you have any idea? It's actually quite a sale. The stuff that's in the on the New Year's sale is pretty is a significant reduction. But you're right. I mean, it's expensive stuff. Their normal price is $50 per kilogram for PLA. So Pedro, yes, it's 1/8 scale, Pedro. I heard ASA glass fiber today, and that was $90 for a roll for me in Canada. Oh boy, yeah. I wasn't necessarily inside information, but if anything had actually been mentioned anywhere on any of the socials or whatever. Although if anybody was to have inside information, I'd probably ask you first. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's got to be black. The silver would have been way too much contrast there. Okay, what goes in here from the bottom? More M3 by 10s. How much of a 1 kilogram spool of that red did you need for Reaper parts? I have 1 kilogram. I received 1 roll from Bob here. This is a custom color that Bob had made. It's their Blood of My Enemies red, but with a black glitter. And I have 1 roll, and I have enough left over for most of the parts. I could reprint 1 thing for some of the bigger parts. I think here, this is what I have left over. And there are, like, I think I have hoods that I had reprinted. So I have a decent amount left. With the caveat that the parts have this piece as body color. And I knew I was going to be low. I had the forethought to print this in black instead. This is the floor pan. And I figured this didn't need to be the body color. So I printed this in, and the seat part that goes over it in black instead of red. You know, John, you know what makes Proto-Pasta a whole lot easier for me to order right now? Is I bought the 2 $250 gift cards from the Smurf auction. So I have $500 worth of gift cards with them that I bought at, let's say, about 35% under face value. So it makes everything I buy from there be basically on sale. So that's why I have so much Proto-Pasta right now. I've bought it when I think that's the color I need. But you're right, it's expensive stuff. It's a boutique filament. Okay. I think that was it for this. Yeah, those. Okay, the grill is on. So now we get into Downrider pack stuff, and I am going for the modern, extra modern look on this, like resto mod type, or what do you call it? More modern parts on, yeah, resto mod, right? Stainless proto polished for the grill might be nice. Could be. So I'm doing the front modern light and the fog light modern. And I didn't print the clear piece yet, but I'll snap that on later. So those need to go in. And then, so I need to find those little bits and pieces. Resto mod. Is that what I said? Or street rod style? Is that in here, or do I have to go to another box? I don't think they're in the main box. I think I moved those over to one of the small. I think they might be in here. Yeah, they're there. That is a headlight with a built-in supports. Buy it once on sale and think I'll use that color for something. It's a sickness. Filament collecting. Okay, I guess I only grabbed one of them out of the big box. That's the one. Ah, the other one must be in here. I was trying to avoid rummaging through a big box of parts. Oh, that's tail light. Expect it. The other decision I need to make is whether we want to do black seats or silver seats. And these get a seat in them. There's the other headlight. See, these get a seat in them. And we'll look at that closer when we get to that part of the build. It's something to think about. Okay. So through, oh well, that is very, very tiny. What do we have? How do these go on? Do these go on here, or what do they do? Ah, I see. I see. So those go on. Is it like that? Or is it like that? Oh no, it's got to be that way. Okay. That goes on there. And then a and 2x8 goes through the back there. And 2x8. It's this guy, right? Yep. Two of these. It's a good brown for leather. Yeah, that is Proto-Pasta. It used to be Polyterra, but they call it their matte PLA or something now. So it's Proto-Pasta matte PLA brown. I feel like that just broke. Yeah, that just broke. That just immediately broke. That's an M2x8. I'm gonna have to reprint that piece now. Well, you know what I'm probably gonna do is throw some 3D gloop on there and just glue it in place. Because I don't think it, don't think I need to pull that off ever again. Now I got to figure out how to get that back in. So I think that might be a case of just gluing these on. What in the world? There's a little bit of overhang stuff there. Yeah. A little bit of trimming. Okay, I am going to pull this out because that wasn't really very useful. Now the problem is this needs to stay in there, I think, probably to keep it going in the same distance. Yeah, that will go in too far if I'm not careful. Let's see if I can get this to just sit in the end here. Just like that. Let's get, where's the gloop? Where's the gloop? Where did I put the gloop? Ah, there it is. And gloop. If this all goes south, I can just reprint those and then probably run a drill bit through it before I thread it in. That's just too thin of a part there. That's just way too thin to throw a screw in as well. Yep, that's what I was just saying, Yura. Okay, things extra. Oop, that just falls out. So. Okay, this is going to be fun. Okay. Let's do a combination here. Let's do a little combination here because I want that piece to be there to keep it from pushing in too far. So I'm going to use a tiny bit of super glue. Just a tiny couple of bits of super glue on here. And get this same orientation. Just to glue that on the end there. That's it. Leave that there. It doesn't need to be even well glued. Get some. Gloop off of here. Oops, put some down in there. There we go. This is going to go right like that. I'm going to assume there's going to be enough contact there. That's just going to dry. Okay. So now this one will be a whole lot easier. Now we're not necessarily going through the optimum strong 3D glute process here, but it's not a part that needs optimum strength. You just need them to stay aligned. Make sure I don't accidentally get that. Oh. Goes there. This goes in the trash. Okay. Liquid carbon 3D printers in our Pittsburgh facility. Fun. And then we have the little, I think they're in here, little fog lights. Do these get screwed in? I don't think so. I think they just snap in. Yeah. So I of course, even for these little fog lights, when I find the second one, talking about MMU stuff, I did, where are you? Fog lights. They are small. There it is. Oh, come on, come on, come on, there you go. I did that as an MMU print as well, so the silver extends below the level of the black. And then the other thing I did with MMU is I did the mirrors. Instead of doing a Sharpie, I colored the mirror part silver. So, just having fun. Just having fun. Okay. So these guys have little tabs modeled in. So these go in with little tabs that are on should be on here. So let me go in here and make sure that they're cleared out and there's no, because this feels like there's probably a little piece of filament here. Yeah. Okay, so then this goes tab down and snap in. Yep. And snap in. There we go. Now these get a clear lens on them that I'll put on after those are fully dry. Okay, so that's that. Oh, and then this bolts onto the front. Oh, and a little skid plate on the bottom. Where's that skid plate? Where is that? Actually have that one up here? Is most of this printed in PETG or PLA? It's all PLA. Entirely to this point, PLA. I am missing that part. I know the part though. I know I have it. Probably just in here. And I need to uncover it. So this guy, yeah, that's kind of cool. That's cool. Just a nice little finishing piece. But that goes on after. So this takes here, this is here. So I don't know what routing they want for the servos. Feel like that could be outlined a little better too. Okay, that's got to go. Oh yeah, that's just a little. Where does that? Okay, that's going to go on here. But I've got to figure out what is in the way right now from letting me put that on there, because this should close that gap. Right. What's stopping it? It's even. That's on there, so it's just on the top. So it's got to be this servo. Loosen this. It's got to go all the way in there, and it's not. Why? Okay, let's see if we can. There we go. Yep, it's pushing right there. So this has got to go up and over. It's got to go there. So let's get this centered on there and tighten this back up. I need a ball end Phillips. Anybody make a ball end Phillips? Yeah, seriously, it's those don't actually tighten on there. Interesting. I'm gonna have to revisit that. I'm not liking this because that's tightened down. It's still moving. I can't get a good angle to actually tighten it. That might be where, okay, let's look at this. Look at this. See, this is these Downrider arms are angled or pushed this way. I might want to put those rubber grommets in there and redo that. You see that? I think moving this out is going to allow this to sit because it's not allowing it to sit here. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and look at that fitment, because I think that's what's ultimately keeping this from, because the back of this, those screw holes there, screws go in from here and it should be flush against here. This dimensions I've checked, this is within the specs of the servo that they specified. So let's move this to an even right there. So that's straight, because I think I'm going to take this stuff off for a moment. Oops. Yeah, that's okay. We can. Not too worried about it deforming in the summer. Is that pretty much not an issue with modern PLA? Oh, it's definitely an issue. I just don't actually. I don't actually use these. They're display and show off pieces. I don't go out there and play with them. Now, with that, I mean, pretty much on a normal day in most areas, I know there are exceptions, normal day in most areas, you're going to be able to get away with playing with it in the sun and stuff. Just don't leave it in the window of a hot car, that kind of thing. Now, I'm going to move this, hopefully, to there, so it's even, and then where'd the other bit go? There it is. Got the big one. Never mind. Take all of this off so I can. There we go. So I can get at these screws better. So we're gonna pull these off. Dive into the bits that they included for mounting the servo. It's this guy. These will go through, so I think I will use these brass sleeves. We'll put these guys in here. Little rubber grommets. And the brass sleeve from the back. These are a little long on the sleeves. These were a little shorter. I like these better. I'm going to use these. The sleeves that came in this other, and there are 4 of them, so I've got enough for both servos. I'm going to use these little shorter grommet sleeves. It'll stick out the front and it'll constrain this a little better. Yeah. It'll float a little too much, I think, with these longer sleeves. These are significantly shorter. Okay, so now there. Tighten this back down. That can just get tightened because we're tightening against that sleeve. Okay. That moves that out a bit. I'm hoping that's enough. We can test it. Take this around that way. And this should, hopefully, yeah, I think that'll be fine. I think it brings it right there. Just looking at wire paths, I think that has to go that way. I don't think this can go anywhere else. I'll take it down, zip tie it out of the way or something. Yeah, that's all good. So if I do that, the bolts that go through there are in 3x12s. I need to overcome any anti-PLA bias for whatever reason. I just don't like using it. So many neat colors and stuff. That's true. And I'm similarly, I really don't like printing PETG, but it is useful in some cases. There we go. Oop. I don't like how PETG tends to gather on the nozzle and really needs to be dried to print well and stuff. Okay, I think I can put this over here. We can put this guy back on there. Tried to do forge prints in PA6CF. What's the transmission distance on that, John? What's the transmission distance on that? Now, I want to make sure I'm getting into the same threads I used last time on these. It's hard to tell though. I still think I might look on Amazon for another of the black version of this little wheel, because it seems a whole lot more, it's a little thicker. Seems like it's a little more meant for this. There we go. Okay. Oh, one more. We've got this guy to put in here. And that really polishes that off. And it's a neat part. It's very, very organic, curvy part. It printed, I think, like that. This edge here is the bottom. Okay, it says in 3x12 through here. That's why we didn't put those in earlier. I gotta say, this black is Jessie Soul Black Glitter. And in general, I think Printed Solids Jessie PLA is the best smelling filament, because it really does smell sweet as it's printing. If anybody's printed with it, you'll know it is a very sweet smelling filament. Look at that. Just imagine what the rest of this truck is going to look like. Jessie is a great value. That's very true. $20 per kilogram is phenomenal. But I mean, the important part there is its smell. More important than its cost. Now I just got to get rid of those stainless screws. Those are just taken away from it. Okay, so that's that. And now front axle installation. We get to put something on the frame. Although in their picture, the rear is on here already. Although they haven't told us to do that yet. Got any spare LDO dark nickel? Not in 14 millimeters. The only reason I'm using stainless here is because they're 14 millimeters long, which isn't a typical size. Okay, how does this thing go on here? How in the world does it go on? There are 2 each M3x10s going up into the nuts that are no longer on one side of this. Maybe I never put them on this other side. I don't think I ever put them over here. Oh. I missed this one. 5 kilograms of Jesse filament from Joel's stream. Nice. It is a very, very tight fit, and I don't want to stab myself. Let's see if I can get an angle. There we go. There we go. Okay. Being a little more careful, supporting it and making sure my soft bleedy bits aren't behind the bit of that tip of that screwdriver. Okay, those are in there. And then I think this goes. This is kind of interestingly, maybe I need to take that tie off of there. There we go. Keep that over here, that up there. This goes up in here maybe. There we go. Goes up in there. There we are. Okay. Those are M3x10s. Ooh. And shorter 14 millimeter screws too. Some extras in the package came with the shocks, but I still have some stainless on the frame. Okay, sneaking up into here, hoping I capture that nut. Oh, that's a problem. I'm pretty sure that just rolled. I think the nut just spun in there. Yep. That's not okay. Those don't have nearly enough. Those don't have nearly enough bite on those nuts for this to be reasonable to be a nut in there. That was no effort, and it just spun that nut right in its pocket. And those were even tough to get in there. So it's not like the pockets were loose. That's frustrating, because that kind of killed this whole piece of the frame. The nut that's up in here is just spinning. That's frustrating. I think that's what happened on this other one too. I put no torque on it, and it's... Nope, that one did okay, but it's about to spin. You can tell if you can see the tip of the nut there. It's not. That tip should be pointing straight out of that pocket. It's already spinning. Well, I'm hoping I can get them out. I'm hoping I can get them out, because if they're spinning, they're going to spin the other way. I'm putting this in, but I'm not tightening. Not even. I'm going to watch the end here. I just want to get this on here. But that's frustrating. There we go. Not tight. Didn't budge at all. This will probably need to come down here. I don't know. CA glue might be a reasonable solution. Whew, 4 hours already. Let's see what's next, because I kind of want to keep going a little bit, because just how long this is. Yeah, let's build a differential. Differential's fun. Differential is fun. Plus it'll tell me whether I need to reprint these differential parts or not. Trident is pushing plastic. Congrats, Poity. Congrats. Yeah, I put no torque on that screw before it spun. So I just think that these pockets, I think these pockets in the frame, they're just not enough to grab onto those nuts to keep them from spinning. I think the idea of some CA glue in there is probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. I'll have to look at the shape of them too. See if, I don't remember if they were shaped for a hex nut or if I could squeeze a square nut in there. The square nut might help. I'm surprised they don't use square nuts given their proximity to Prusa. Okay, we are going to build a differential, and I am doing the open differential. I definitely prefer, especially for a vehicle like this that's intended for running around on the street. Even if you really wanted to just do drifting with this, I feel like these have plenty of power to traction ratio to drift just fine with an open differential. But your low speed steering and handling is going to be way better with the with the differential, with the open differential. Okay, so we need some printed parts. And where did I put those? Because I just got those done. Those are over here. Duet Team Gloomy 3.6 Beta 3 dropped just in time for the upgrade stream. There will be at least one RipRap firmware printer in that mix. These two as well. Maybe these. This one? Yeah. And that one. side. I'll probably need these. This. So a bunch of do some cleanup. These are all printed on the, this was the Prusa Mini print last night. I probably will have the black V2, which is a rep printer, and it's running 3.5 release, I think. And maybe the blue V0 would probably be the rep printers that are potential update candidates. Then I want to get my Mercury 1 up to date, and Tridex I'll probably throw on there. I got to find room to put all those in here because I have to move most of them from the other garage over here and have them staged, ready to come over and plug in. Plus I need to get them moved over so I can take a picture of the lineup of them for the thumbnail. Okay, and one more. Your Mercury 1 called Freddy. Have the gray V0 that was the LDO 0.2 S1 kit I built. That one probably might be the most out of date of my clipper machines. So I'll get it over here. Okay, and then these are okay. So the other way they do so unsupported hole stuff is this sacrificial bridge. So we will get in here and cut that away. I'm pushing towards the bridge here so I don't fray a bunch of those. Probably I could have used a little, I did a first layer calibration on that Prusa Mini, but it still printed a little, I let it print a little high. Hopefully that doesn't bite us. I've wasted so much filament trying to get rid of a weird issue. I've gone around and around on Discord on side holes on parts, getting a kind of smear look going, more prominent at the top. If you have a picture, I'm not super good at diagnosing these print issues, but I can try. I mean, just post it in the Discord. You can tag me. I'll give any suggestions I might end up having. There's so many factors on print quality, from build to slicer settings. It gets very, very tough to remotely diagnose stuff when you don't know what's been tried. Okay, I think that is cleaned up. And then we have the gears. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one, and this one, I think. So this was a support that went on here. Pop that off. These are printed in the Prusa PC blend. All of these are. So there, actually. Boing. Let's see. Let's see how tough this is or not. It is a lot thinner than I thought it was. I thought it was a solid ring. That's actually hollow in there. So. Okay. Another big giant graphic. Recommended to print these in something like PC blend. So where do we start? Are there more detailed instructions here? Nope, we just got a giant thing here. Okay, I'm gonna be following this, but you're probably more interested in seeing it actually go together, so. We've got a bunch of little spider gears. I think we need 3. Are there 3 of those? Yeah. 3 bearings there. A bearing for each side. 2 on that side, 2 on that side. There's a lot of bearings in this little piece. So each of these is going to get a bearing. Those just slide in there. Would have expected those to be a little tighter of a fit. Okay, so we're going to need those. I remember them being a tighter fit on the Sakura, but let's see. We've got this piece. Do these go in here okay? Yeah, they seem to. Okay, where do we start on this thing? This goes on here, and those are M2 by 10s. So that and that, and M2 by 10s. And there are 6 of them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So not threading these in. It is a concentric grouping of screws. So I'm going to go 1 on each pair. Just get them started. Kind of feeling to see if it feels centered on the part. Get them closer. Not tight. I'll get the other ones in. I hope I wasn't supposed to put a bearing in here or anything. No, it doesn't look like it. And last screw. Okay. Okay. That little piece. So that's there, and then there's this piece that ends up with two bearings on it. Two bearings on that side. And this goes through here somehow. This is interesting. There's a bearing on the other side. Does that go in there? I think so. Oscar somehow seems to have grown double the size of Felix. Is that really so? It's not. They are within a pound of each other still. They are within a pound of each other. I don't know exactly how this is supposed to go. Okay, I guess we'll find out. Kind of messing around with this, putting bearings in and sliding this piece in. Yeah, Oscar has hit 10 pounds and Felix is at 9 pounds. Yeah, I'll have to look at it after, Andrew. I gotta decipher this thing. So there's a M3 by 10 with a button head with a less than 2 millimeter. It's a less than 2 millimeter head on it. And I think that's not a problem for the ones I have here. Let's see if this one's 10. 10 or 12. That one is 12. So let's see. Those are 8s. Where are the 10s? I knew I had 10s in here. Okay. Well, let's go. Have 10s in here. There we go. Okay. These stainless are okay. Okay, so then that goes through this guy. There should be 2 of these. These need some cleanup because they are kind of ugly on the bottom side. So I'm just gonna cut off the boogers. Should be a Remember this being a little ugly on the last one too. Okay, so then this is going to go onto the end of here. There we go. With one of these. And of course, this is a 1.3 millimeter driver. Have that? Hope so. 1.5, 1.27. There we go. The LDO little driver kit to the rescue. There we go. There. This. Oh, does that not go through there? That sure doesn't tighten down. M3 by 10. I read that as an M2 by 10. M3 by 10. My bad. M3 by 10. Ooh. There we go. How does that spin? Yes, it does. Okay, so that's that side. And then this side goes there. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Get all the... Is Star a feline friend? Okay, I need more bearings. Okay, more bearings. This guy has 2 bearings on the outside. She likes to walk across my laptop. Well, as they do. And that slides into there. There's one more of these. There it is. One more of these gears. This PC blend does not like to bridge, does it, Bob? Even if it's a sacrifice. Has anybody here printed with the Ambrosia carbon fiber PC? Does anybody use that? So now this is going to go through here. Oh, it's got to push onto there. Anybody besides Poity? I've already asked Poity. I value your opinion, Poity. I'm just looking for additional opinions. Okay, so those go there. This slips onto there. Was a question I missed it. The Ambrosia carbon fiber polycarbonate filament. I'm just curious. I've experienced some extreme bed adhesion, which isn't a bad thing. And I'm just kind of working on a profile for it. It's been drying for a few days now. Not because I think it needs a few days, it's just that I put it in the dryer and then forgot about it. Okay, so that's on. So now I think we can set our spider gears in here. And get a little bit of lubrication. I can figure out where I put my, there it is. I didn't mean to pull the whole thing off. Oh well. I haven't printed any exotic filaments. I think I need to change that. You should. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot, you know what's a lot of fun? Is collecting all kinds of cool filaments because you want to print with them and putting them on the shelf and then never getting around to printing with them. That's my hobby. Yeah, mine's sitting in my Polyfilaments right now, actually. That's where it is. Okay, put a little bit in there. We'll put a little bit on this gear. I saw, what is it, David's post on rebuilding a couple of Prusa Minis, and it got me thinking I want to do the same and print my Prusa Mini out of PC. The PCCF, probably the black Prusa stuff and the blue, because I have the blue and the red Ambrosia stuff, and I think the red is going to go on my Cascade, and I might use the blue for the Prusa Mini. Okay, that is those. This should be able to go in here and hopefully work its way together. see what happens. Those are in 3x8s. So. Now, PC Blend, the non-CF stuff from Prusament, I have never, oh crap, I forgot to clear these out. I gotta do that before I put all this. Let's move all these over here so I don't get... I feel like this isn't pressed in as far as it could go. I feel like this could go in a little further, and that's probably what's causing me to not be able to get some of this where I want it. Anyway, the PC Blend, I've never been able to get it to print on any of my Vorons enclosed, whatever, without warping up. I throw it on the Mark IV and it printed all of these just fine. Now granted, they're small parts, but I was trying small parts on the other printers too. I never PC Blend. Come on, Bob. You've started saying things and then had a thought in your mind that just shut your mouth, right? We all have. Completely lost the ability to speak because the brain took all the cycles. The sidetrack took all the brain cycles. Try to give context on the reminder. Yes. Yep. Just cleaning out these holes and trying not to get the remnants down in the gears. And I think I've done a good job. I think it's all okay. Get anything over here? Looks good. Feeling that I've got something going on that's keeping this side from pushing all the way in. So, oh, let's see if any amount of kind of forcing the matter helps at all. I have a feeling I'm going to split this part though, and that might be the end because we can't really get much further. And just judging from these prints, I wouldn't be sad trying them again. These came off the Prusa Mini. I'm not sure I trust its profile as much as I trust the Mark IVs. I'd be curious how these come out off the Mark IV. Let's see if I can just push. Yeah, something's not quite right on this. That is. Actually, that's moving a lot smoother than I thought it would. There's definitely some breaking in to do, but that's moving a lot smoother than I thought it would. Let's see if we can work it in and see if it closes up. Forgot the gasket. Aha! There we go. That shifted that bearing where I thought it needed to be shifted. And having it mostly, yep, that's all closing up now. That bearing on there wasn't in the right spot, and it's moving pretty smooth now. So we might be able to use this after all. Yep, it was all that bearing that wasn't seated, and having it screwed together made it a whole lot easier to press against something. Yep, little piece of filament in my mouth. Awesome, that'll work. That will actually work. Yeah. Okay, now, remember us doing this on the last one, chucking it up and breaking it in a little bit. Smells sweet when it prints, but that doesn't mean you should eat it. Yeah, no kidding. It does smell sweet though. Definitely doesn't run very concentric. That might be the way it's chucked in the drill though too. Okay. We wanted to get some cycles on it. We'll get the rest of the cycles on it running it. Oops. It could be smoother, but we'll see. Okay, I want to try something else because I feel like I might not have one of the end gears, whatever those are called. What are those? You got the ring gear, the spur gear. Are those the, what are the two discs on the ends? Anybody know? This out. There. To grab this. I feel like this is. Make sure that that's tight. And I guess I might as well make sure that this one's tight too. Yep, those are tight. These would be, this isn't really a planetary. I thought those were the star gears. That's not what I want. Oh boy, all the ads. That was supposed to be a Wikipedia. Differential. Does it say in here? Is there a diagram? So what would be number 3? Schematics, design, era. Parts of a differential. Pinion shaft, drive pinion, side gears is what they call them, and pinions, side gears and pinions. Side gears, pinion shaft, ring gear. It's just one source. Okay. Let's put this back together and see if it runs any smoother. What is the difference? Does anybody know what the difference is on the 2.5s from the 2.0s? Because Daniel and I are doing Tic Tac builds. We're getting all the parts together for him now. And we're using the Rat Rig tool head because that's the latest spec for the Tic Tac. So orbiter and rapidos. That is perceptibly better. It's not as harsh at the peaks as far as the roughness, so we'll see how that breaks in. And I might go in there and play around with some of the individual gears too, but you're right, John. You're right, John. I skipped that day. When they were talking about tenths of a decimal place, I was absent. And then they never covered it all the way through calculus. I missed that one day in grade school, and all the way through calculus, I was fine. Splines to make it be so the main gear can't slip on the shaft. Okay. Things are looking pretty good here. So that's the differential. So now we get to put this all in the housing. Okay, we got a bunch of M3x10s. I sure hope I have enough. I am running dangerously low, and I'm pretty sure I bought more. Let's have to figure out what package they're in. Okay, so this is the assembly. So we've got this, a couple of these, and this, and this. So this whole thing. So we got this and a cap over here. And those are M3x10. So let's just put, I think we can put some of this together. With a PC on my Trident, going to print something. So be careful about, I would put down some glue stick. I know the stuff that I use, the little test print I did, even with Vision Miner down, left a mark in the build plate and it wasn't too close. It stuck. So this is on the sheet though that I got from, I don't remember. I'm blanking on the name. But through Sanity from, oh, maybe I needed to put that because that doesn't actually angle in there. Darn it, I was hoping I could start this assembly here. See ya, Andres. Oh well, I was just tapping the threads for these. I'm going to be wrapping it up. As soon as this differential is built, I'm going to wrap up today. And then I'm going to visit the embedded nuts in the frame and see if I can do something about that. Hoping some super glue or something will do the trick. Okay, so this one goes in here like that. And then this one gets that. And does a bearing go in? Feels like a bearing needs to go in. Wow, that's confusing. I think this goes through another bearing and sits in there. Maybe 2 bearings? Yeah, it's got to. See you, Tuxedo. Okay, so there's got to be a bearing here, which means there's got to be a bearing right here. And then this, I would have assumed a bearing there, but maybe not. How does that go? Oh, it's probably too, yeah, that doesn't go all the way down there. So that goes there. This goes here. That is symmetric. So at this point, I'm really hoping I can finish this build before I go to China. John, are you still here? Have you had to use have you used a visa service for going to China? I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about that. Peninsula visa. Perfect. Direct experience. Recently? Okay, so that goes in there. This is going to go then. That isn't that. That seems like all of these are, I feel like I've got this wrong. What is wrong? That's why. That's backwards. That's backwards. If you look at this, now that I look at it and see it, but that was not super clear to me. Perfect, John. Thank you. That's exactly the kind of confidence I need to just get that pass. You know, that's one of those things that you just get caught on and can be a roadblock to making progress on something. And hearing, I'm very much, I will run with a recommendation from somebody and just go with it at that point. So that makes me feel really, really good to hear someone local, basically, who's had experience with a service. I will contact them on Monday if they're open. So I got to pull this apart and I got to swap this this bearing around. So that was my whole problem there. And it might even be, I will see how this here in San Jose. That's fine. Any service I go with, I'm going to need to deal with any service I go with, I'm going to need to deal with travel or mailing my passport and stuff like that. There's no getting around that. Okay, so that goes there. There. Okay, so now that stays on that side. The bearings were on the right side. I just had this on the wrong side. And then that spaces those bearings out the correct amount. And now this will go on here. That makes a whole lot more sense. That might change the whole feel of this diff too, because different bits of plastic. Okay. Yeah, I do have an invite letter. And hey, John, do you mind? Can you send me a DM that name, the name Peninsula Visa? No, it doesn't feel better, but actually it's not bad, but it could be a little looser. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. Okay. Now back to this goes that way. This can now go on here to set that spacing. You know how hard it is to find the exact time in a chat, to find the chat? I could. If I forgot to ask you to do that, then I would. I do not. I will often go back and try to scan through if I need to find something, but I have a hard enough time finding the time to do it live, let alone watch it again. Thank you guys. Okay, that looks a whole lot more reasonable. Now that pushes in as it should. Send their website link to you. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so now there should be room here. Hopefully, yep. Just set that bearing in there. That just barely clears it. That guy goes in there. Need one more bearing. Over here. This. So let's put this in here. Just gonna work it in there. There we go. Probably put this like that. There we go. More screws. Five more screws. It's usually pretty quick to get China visas. They're much faster than the US immigration bureaucracy who made the DMV look like the poster boy for service and speed. When we got our passport 2 years ago, year and a half ago, it wasn't bad. It really wasn't bad to get our passports. The little bit of research or searching I found on different visa services are saying, seem to advertise 10 to 15 business days for one. If that's accurate, then I'm doing good. I'll be there for TCT Asia is the purpose of the trip, or the event of the trip. It's TCT Asia. Oh, US visas as a foreigner. I get it. Okay. Okay. That is most of a diff, or the main assembly. The last thing we gotta do, it's this part, is put these are all in 3x10s. We got diff, and then input. So diff, and input. So this guy goes here. Goes there. 3x10. They don't want us foreigners coming here generating, especially those Brits. I mean, honestly, that's working good. Yeah, it needs some breaking in. I might spend some time on it in between, and my spending time on it will just be going in and making sure there isn't any extra, yeah, I feel like it needs some, make sure there isn't any extra filament in the gears or anything like that. Hey, Tech Geek. Okay, so that is the differential. Can hold one side and the other side will still spin. Right there. Oh. Okay, so that's just the spur and pinion. And that's nice and smooth. That's really smooth. It's just the differential action that's a little rough. So there's a little rough spot there, but I'm not sure if I'm catching what I'm catching. But okay. What is next? I think that's it for the build today. The next things we'll be on to, this is the lock differential. So the lock differential is only really different in that it has a solid pinion gears. No, what did they call those? Solid side, no. Yeah, pinion gears. Solid pinion gears. And that basically just locks it. There's just the two. Oh, that's actually quite different in terms of the output, the appearance of it. So, and then the next thing we'll do is the rear suspension. Oh, and that'll take us back to the Downrider manual. But this, aside from the nuts, the captured nuts issue, that's looking pretty good. That gives you an idea of what this is going to look like. That is going to be awesome. This is just for the hood latch right here. It is huge. It's, I mean, yeah, about the same size. Oh. Okay, thank you everybody. We will see you hopefully tomorrow for I'm going to hit the update button stream, and I'll get that published here sometime before late evening. So once again, thanks. And if I don't see you tomorrow, then the next stream will be next Sunday. And it's possible we might start the box turtle build that Sunday. We'll see what's going on. So 3DSets cases. I'm going to need some display method for these, that's for sure. I'm also working up, I don't know when I'm going to do it, but I'm working up to just kind of hanging out in Discord some evenings. Not necessarily scheduled or announced, but hanging out and working on stuff like the Sandy. I'm not going to do that on a stream or whatever, but I'd like to rebuild it, and I might just do it hanging out on an evening in a stream if I have time. So you keep an eye out for that. So with that, see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your weekend. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.